As we are once again alive upon the internet. I think we're alive for quite a bit actually there. I was just making sure that browser captures were working as yeah, we're gonna go back where we left off yesterday-ish. But first, I'm actually gonna record a thing. Just double checking now that everything is actually set up correctly, bitrate's going everywhere, set to public and stuff. And actually, I'm gonna keep up this screen for a second because I'm gonna record an intro and then actually record a quick video that I can then quickly edit later on and post. As yesterday as well, I had some time and kind of analyzed the burst and sustain tables, and I have thoughts, and we shall share those thoughts with the world. Let me actually put spell that wrong. YouTube will chat between segments. Seconds. Okay, let me copy this. Actually, let's put that out. Let's make sure that is all working. That is all working. Just pin those real quick. So people coming in will know what is going on. Yeah, let's just jump right in. Actually, let me just quickly. Dry myself off a second. Yeah, let's just get to recording. How did this work again? What did I say? Hello, everybody. That was my intro, right? It's me, Aki. Yeah, let's yeah, let's do this thing. Actually, what am I even going to put this as? In-depth look? It should be, yeah, it should be in-depth look, right? So, no, actually, the hard disk wasn't ready there. It's actually as well. Actually, I should have made this before. Let's make a folder already. 240922. TU22 BTS weapons. What was the last in-depth look? Envy? Yeah. So I got a thumbnail file and stuff already. So name. Yeah. Let's actually quickly fix up this. Weapon tables, spreadsheet showing everything. fix that up. Yeah, let's get to recording. Having slept over it on a night. Although, I mean, I'll come to this likely the same conclusions anyway, because that's how that works. Catch up here as well, and hey there, first, and hey there, Madame Cyclops, and hey there, Amateur as well. Yeah, I'm about to record some stuff, which we're gonna turn into videos. Yeah, that's what's going to happen in a sec. Yeah, let's actually get going and do an intro. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into PTS that is active now. It is phase 1 of the PTS for TU22 game update title up. Actually, it's title. Let's write it again. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into the PTS that is currently active, and specifically just one part of it. I'm not going to go over everything. We're just going to go over the weapon rebalancing as they've put out, as that's really the only part I've had a chance to look at, as I've been actually busy with in real life work for quite a bit for the last few days. But I have actually made an updated version of the burst and sustain tables, as some of you may know them, that is going to go into the new numbers for the weapons, as they are now in the PTS and are intended for perhaps to be year 6, season 2, or title update 22, TU22, as I'll be referring to it. Yeah, there is some interesting things to look at. There is definitely a theme that very quickly arose by actually looking at their burst and sustain tables. Also, there is some issues that I kind of want to discuss, as well as a few things are a little bit OP, and by a little bit, I mean a lot, and all of them are exotics. I'm hoping already as well that is maybe a thing that they left for phase 2 to fix, maybe. But I want to, of course, address all of those things. We're going to go over these, and we're going to go weapon type by weapon type, as we generally do. And again, this is not going to be over the entire PTS. We're just kind of sticking to weapons here. I will definitely do my thoughts on the PTS in the future. But honestly, at this point, I have really only made these and kind of made sure that these are right, and really have not even played at all yet. So I have no opinion on those yet, but I'm going to form one. We still have the entirety of 2 days for me to play around in PTS. So yeah, let's go get started. Yeah. Actually, is this better? This is a little bit better. Because it does not, yeah. Well, we'll do this so I can also have my circle. I need the dragon. Yeah, let's continue recording on. Let's actually jump to the character select screen. Yeah, actually, let's go into a character. And let's stay this character, actually. Let's go to the range as well. Maybe if I need to jump to the stash, I'll have it available.
Priority objective available.
Shut up, Anna. Nobody likes you. I kind of like her. Let me catch up here as well. The second backpack is still calculated as 1%, even though it states 0.85. Yeah, we'll run into those things likely. I haven't done much in the form of testing, and I said in that intro, I've really only did this yesterday. That took basically the entirety of yesterday. to get all of the burst and sustain tables updated. And yeah, I haven't really like played around at all yet. For today, I definitely later on want to start calculating some of the builds and seeing what the changes are. And yeah, if Striker is presenting as different than its backpack states, we'll run into that because we won't match up. But yeah, we'll see. Let me double check here. Yeah, let's start recording for this. Actually, yeah, I need to explain all that. Let's do that. And let's start by discussing where actually this exists. It will, of course, be linked down below, but I've already put it in my burst and sustain tables folder, if you're familiar with that, where a lot of the other files exist that I've made for current game. It is labeled PTS 222 Phase 1, so yeah, you can't miss it. And it is actually based, and we should actually make note of that I'm basing this basically on the pictures that they put out with the numbers. I copied them from here for all of the normal weapons, and then for the exotics, I copied them from in-game because they weren't per se available from here, although a lot of the base damages do carry over and such. But if there is any errors here in comparison to the in-game, I haven't completely checked yet. I will do so in the coming days, but haven't done so yet. But I wanted to kind of get this video out, so we're jumping the gun a little bit on that. But I'm assuming that most of the numbers are correct, although there was one somewhat funny one here with for the Carbine 7, although we already know it is basically that one is duplicate there, but yeah, all of the other weapons are around the 50k mark, and then the Carbine 7 was shown here to be around 500k almost, so basically an order of magnitude above the rest. Yeah, that doesn't seem to be the case in game, so we're fine. And of course, this as well. This is PTS Phase 1, implying a Phase 2 and maybe even a Phase 3 in the future. Not everything here is set in stone. That is always the case with PTS. As much as people go like they never listen to us, no, they definitely do. A lot of things change between phases. A lot of things will change between all of the PTSs together and even the full game when it goes in there. Nothing is final. Everything is preliminary. So do keep that in mind. Yeah, the file, of course, will be linked here down below. And of course, I'm going to timestamp per segment as we go, so you can jump around if you're very much interested in just one segment, as we're going to go through ARs, SMGs, LMGs, rifles, shotguns, pistols, and MMRs, as we'll go through all of their numbers. So yeah, let's actually now go get started on ARs. Yeah, let's put those two files away before we accidentally burn them in some way. I don't know why I'm talking like this, but I am. Let's put the VLC actually here. 2 minutes, 24, yeah. That's fine, so yeah, that is intro plus mission statements, basically. Church is open. Well, we all gathered here today to remember TU-21. To remember Strikers. Although actually, Strikers not even getting that big of a nerf. Yeah. I've had a lot of chuckles at a lot of people going full doom and gloom on everything. Like, basically, a bunch of people that had no chill. And just, yeah. I'm actually, that has kind of invigorated me to do a video. I'll likely do it like after the PTS videos and stuff. But it's going to be titled, Because I Like Playing the Game. A lot of people are asking questions that are of me as well, but in general, of like, why would you play this and stuff, and when they keep changing it, and so, and yeah, the answer to a lot of those things is because I enjoy playing the game. And yeah, we're gonna do a rambling talk on that, likely after the PTSs. Although, yeah, I still also need to do the third parter of the improving yourself, but this, of course, takes priority a little bit. Yeah, let's get going. Yeah. And starting with ARs, on the left is actually the PTS, current PTS's numbers. If you scroll to the right, that's actually the older numbers. So TU21 as listed there as well, or as they are now. They're on the right there for a little bit of comparison. We are, of course, going to zoom in a little bit, so we won't see them there, but at some points I might reference some of those things. We'll try to scroll and get them. Yeah, we're going to start on ARs. First, the high-end ones. We have the sustain charts, we have the burst chart, we have the damage per max charts. For those not familiar with these, this basically ingests all of the numbers as we have them from, well, in this case, from those pictures, not per se from in-game, although they seem to, checking here and there, they seem to mostly line up. And they are sorted by different, each table that we have here is sorted by different things. So yeah, it starts with sustain, sorted by that, and then sorted by burst. And of course, we have the percentages here, so we can kind of, especially on percentages, compare. Now, of course, there is more important, or well, more stats than just burst and sustain and damage per mag. There's also things like a gun being accurate or stable or actually usable by shooting it, and then of course as well, the reason why I split the exotics away from the high ends is that the exotics, of course, do other special things. All of these other high end weapons, they will just get a talent basically on top of it. For the exotics, of course, they are very much of a fixed type, and of course their mods are also as well fixed and such. So it's not, you can't really compare them one-to-one unless you go onto a build, and we'll do that likely in the future, but for now, just having these is a good starting point. And as well, I have a fast hands comparison chart where we put in basically as full fast hands to see what comparison we make there. As we have, fast hands is a popular talent, especially for me. I'm very fond of it, so we will also have a chart, especially on sustain, kind of comparing them there, of course, because that only applies to sustain. Let's go and look at what I generally look at first is burst. Generally, I prefer bursty weapons for a game like Division. A game like Division doesn't have those long fights that would really prefer to be sustained first. There are some places, think of like legendary titles like Last Fight, that is very much a sustained fight. But in other games, you have very long fights, which will definitely prefer sustain over burst. And the way to see burst and sustain, to just briefly go into it, even though as well in the burst and sustain tables, which will be folder, which will be linked down below, there's actually a guide as well, which will go a little bit more into it and actually what they are, because I won't be explaining that here just for not taking up too much time. But yeah, burst is basically the upper bound of weapon damage, and sustain is the lower bound of the theoretical weapon damage, both theoretical ones. And by knowing both the top end and the bottom end, we can make some choices. So for instance, if you're fighting a lot of short fights, you prefer to have burst, and that is kind of the gameplay of Division, although of course you do have longer fights here and there. And what they have done here as well is actually kind of interesting, because I'll give away the theme that is happening here, especially, well, with the high ends especially, is that most of the weapons that are pretty high on burst, if we, for instance, take the FAMAS here, if we scroll up to sustain, the FAMAS is at the end. If we now look at the TKB, which is kind of high on sustain, if we scroll down to burst, it is the bottom on burst. So the theme that they're kind of going for is weapons are either going to be a little bit balanced between the two, or they're going to be heavily towards burst, but very bad in sustain, or very good on sustain and pretty bad on burst. This is actually an agreeable change, I feel. I quite enjoy how they put this together. As well, the difference between the top end, especially on ARs here, is actually quite smaller than it used to be. We have 9% a little under 9% between the top weapon and the lowest weapon on burst. They have been actually kind of like balanced, which is nice for a balancing pass, as this I feel is much better than Project Resolve's thinking. And they've very much tried to go for that theme, basically. So weapons are either kind of balanced between the two or very much short burst, but poor on sustain, and or vice versa. And this leads to an interesting conundrum for us, and especially for me, as a lot of people are going to go asking me, of course, what do we pick now? What do we pick now? What do we pick now? So in the past, if we kind of scroll to the right here, we can't go all the way to the numbers there, but for instance, we had weapons, even after the changes, we had weapons like the FAMAS and the F2000, which were, of course, the top picks basically in AR. They were really high on burst. And if we scroll down, if we scroll up on sustain, the F2000 was also really high on sustain because of that extra max size. But the FAMAS wasn't like at the bottom on sustain. Making those two really simple picks. Then, for instance, the AK is also in here, being pretty high on burst, and then also very high on sustain. But then, of course, that one has some accuracy issues, a little bit of stability issues. Its recoil pattern isn't great, also pulling to the left. Because of all those things, we do take those into account, as a lot of people go like, you can't just do it on the numbers. No, that is also the point of kind of me making this video. You have to also put in experience with the weapon, with its recoil pattern, with its accuracy and stability. And you should do that. And that's also why you can't just go off the numbers, but the numbers are a very important part of the story. You can't go without the numbers, definitely, as well. That leads to bad conclusions as well. So you're better off with the numbers and then the experience on top, instead of just trying to do it with experience, because we kind of know how that falls out and really bad choices get made. Now, let's actually get to the analyzing after that long story of what this actually is and what it kind of is looking at. And there are no real, like, full-on standouts. So one of the ones that is kind of high on both burst and sustain is the Honey Badger. We're losing that one mod, of course, but that's kind of fine. The F2000, for instance, even though it's the top one, and it is like a % ahead on burst, it is dropping, it is kind of landing then behind the Honey Badger. And this is the repeating thing here. So FAMAS is still going to be pretty good, especially with fast hands, I feel. We'll look at the fast hands charts in a minute. But of course, as well, fast hands got a reduction from 4% per sec to 3% per sec, so it's less effective than it used to be. And then we see basically just a big blob here, especially once we kind of get past the FAMAS. We have this from this 9668 all the way down here is kind of like a 3% range. And that is pretty impressive. Like, a lot of these weapons in this mid tier, they're also kind of up here, kind of spread around. There is one standout, although I should say, and that is the AUG, but I'm not sure if this is intended or not. We'll have to kind of see. The AUG, even though it's low on burst and low on sustain, one of the things that is the gaze, although actually it's not that low on sustain, because it has it as the only weapon has a much higher ammo count than the rest, which is 42 base, making for 62 with this mag size, with the plus 20 mag, where every other weapon is 50, and of course the fall is 40. Is this intended, or is this just an oversight? Because as well, they're buffing very much the invisible hands talent. It is going from 12% to 22%. Those two things combined will make the invisible hand the best gun at the current time of the high ends. 22% rate of fire is insane to me. that and the Heartbreaker changes are very much standouts of me of like bad choices, together with the exotics, as we'll look at in a second. It should not go into the game as a 22%. If you even want to buff it, even taking it to 15% to match with normal flatline, that is already making it one of the best weapons, especially if this stays as a 62. It is, of course, very inaccurate. It is very unstable. It is an unwieldy weapon to use, but it will likely be one of the better ones. And it is good enough to use, especially for instance with 15% off of strikers or heartbreakers as it kind of stands. But yeah, there is no like real high standouts in here. Although we can definitely recommend a few of the weapons. Honey Badger comes to mind, the F2000 comes to mind, the Cetar as well. Even though it is landing pretty low here, for instance, on sustain, it is high on burst, but then it's very accurate. It is one of the most wieldable weapons, although it is losing that very fast reload that it had, so it doesn't have that anymore. That's the reason actually it's down here as well. But it is a very accurate weapon. I would say from the weapons here, it is the first like really easy weapon to use. The Fall as well, but the Fall has even a bigger kick than the Cetar. And we kind of see then the mid tiers of here, the M4, which is kind of at the bottom, towards the bottom of the sustain, but it is kind of still balanced because they're not that far apart anymore. This very much feels actually that they're kind of putting everything close together, and some things being better for burst, some things being better for sustain, which actually I very much like for just the balance of the game. If we look at the damage per mag, it is actually, this part hasn't changed much. Of course, the AUG is going to win just because of that 62 round magazine for its damage per mag. But nothing is an outlier here either anymore. The Cetar actually having been moved up with its base damage, because keep in mind, like, this base damage used to be very low, especially compared to the FAMAS, which I'm trying to find. But yeah, now it's basically just a little bit behind the FAMAS, even though the FAMAS got a bump up, of course, as well. So it is actually looking pretty good, especially on the ARs. Fast hands wise, the AUG is going to definitely win just because it can make more stacks of fast hands, because the 62 round mag will allow you to have like 12 rounds more to crit more and get a better fast hands result out of it. But actually, we see, of course, all of the weapons that are kind of the worst on a reload kind of getting a little bit of a bump up. Especially, for instance, yeah, the FAMAS is still kind of towards the bottom, but it is that range here is much smaller than the range, of course, that we had a second ago on just sustain. If we scroll all the way up, like this was at 87 and 86% of the, we're gaining up against the top tiers here. And it's crunching a little bit the whole field together. And a lot of weapons, honestly, I can look at this and kind of go, yeah, PDR is almost, well, F2000, I would still pick the F2000 generally over the PDR just for its better accuracy, stability, kind of, because the PDR is kind of jumpy. If you ever use the capacitor, it's the base model of that one. The Honey Badger also a pretty good standout, also because of its very high accuracies and such. And nothing is really, I feel, very left behind, because even though we have some weapons here that are still towards the lower end of the burst side, they have other things going for them, because even the AKs that are pretty low there are pretty high up on the sustain, and they of course have better damage per mag, allowing for longer sustained fire, or well, doing more damage per mag, literally. Let's go to the exotics, because the exotics is actually the one place that I really have issues with this PDS. They have overall balanced the exotics to be kind of around the same number for all of them. In burst, they've definitely, it's kind of obvious that they've tried to balance them around these burst numbers. That leads to some issues though, because first of all, if we compare what these base bursts are to other weapons, of course, and then kind of consider as well that some weapons, because even though, for instance, Elmo has gotten a little bit of a decrease from 20 crit chance and 20 crit damage to 15 crit chance, 15 crit damage, this is still higher on its base with mods than these weapons. These weapons, of course, can have a damage talent on top. But so does the Chameleon. The Chameleon is one of the biggest damage talents that exists, honestly. So in the previous or in the current version of the game, the Chameleon is basically 20% behind on burst, around 25% behind on sustain. And then it makes up for that with its talent when it's active and jumps up a little bit above the rest, actually. This being at basically the same burst and kind of as well the same sustain, even though its sustain is still like 10-12% behind. That's a bit much for a weapon, because between these, keep in mind that the Strega, the Capacitor, and Chameleon actually have talents that will affect their damage. The Eagle Bearer and the Elmo don't have really, they have utility talents more than damage talents. Bighorn as well, it does have a damage talent. The Chameleon, being this number around this part with a damage talent, will push it above any other AR that can achieve it, especially as well. It can a reduction to its amount of the hits needed to trigger its talents. So this is kind of unacceptable. Now, I'm hoping this is just a phase 1 thing, because we're seeing this over and over and over and over again with exotics. So as well, for the capacitor used to be basically 10% behind everything else on burst and kind of on sustain. Actually, even a little bit more on sustain. And of course, it was already kind of one of the top picks the second you had 3 or more yellow cores. With these kind of numbers, even with 1 yellow core, likely it will be one of the most effective weapons to pick. The Strega as well, even though its talent is also a little bit more situational, we'll actually eventually talk about the Strega as well in when we actually do my thoughts on the PTS. But for now, it is safe to say that, yeah, it is a little bit overtuned, because, again, it also has a very powerful damage talent. Of note of the damage talent, as we'll close out on ARs here, is in testing, just hitting with a glass red, so we didn't have any stacking stuff. This is the hits, and yeah, with 1 stack, 2 stack, 3 stack, 4 stack, 5 stack. Per step, we can see if this was multiplicative to itself, so truly multiplicative, this would be 15% per step, because each step would be 15% above the other one. It isn't. So we can also see that versus the original, so the number that we have versus the original, it's going up by 15%, then 30%, then 45, then 60, then 75. It is additive to itself. It is, and then a separate multiplier, so multiplicative to other things. Just because I've seen that already kind of be said wrong. Yeah, let's move on to SMGs. Oh, that was maybe a little bit much. We'll see. 17 minutes. Okay. It's fine. We're gonna mark all of them. It's gonna be a long video. I mean, that one needed a lot of explaining. We can go a lot faster, and then some ones. ARs is generally going to be the most picked one anyway. Yeah, let me actually catch up on chat there. Hey, Pamik and Gustavo. And so we're going to update some of your recommended builds in new season. Yeah, of course. As the builds change, that has always been the case with the recommended builds. Like, it is, as long as I'm active, of course. Like, if I just, if I get hit by a truck, no. But as long as I'm active, yeah, whenever I make changes to the build collection and stuff, I just update the recommended, because the recommended shifts a lot each time. And as well, I'm gonna, we did that with Project Resolve as well. I'm just gonna rework the build collection and kind of, get everything situated and stuff. It'll take a while. Don't expect like day 1 changes, but but over likely the first month of the new season, I'm gonna touch up a lot of the builds and already likely change, like, because it kind of depends what changes now. But for instance, Heartbreaker is kind of looking to be the general meta from now on, at least with its current numbers. So then I will recommend Heartbreakers as the first build. Strikers, I don't think is really going anywhere, but it's much more actually likely to matter for stuff in like the turret drone hybrids and stuff like that, and combat medics and stuff. Those might change back to, or change to other things. Although even not really, because they weren't using the backpack anyway, because most of them were using Memento. Well, the combat medic was, but for instance, yeah, Striker Tech Tank was already using Memento, so that just, it won't even have a difference for it. Try if I can So, Lumen OD, weapon MG5, AKM, new AR, XL. Sorry. Oh, are you asking like what weapons for them and stuff, or just making recommendations? Because yeah, MG, like the thing is as well with LMGs, a lot of them are kind of looking good. We'll see that in a little bit. But yeah, there's especially Sadist going to 30%. Like actually was one of the ones as well. My thoughts on BTS thing, but 24 or like 25% would be already like pretty good for Sadist because it's Ignited is also going to 25. The Eyeless is the only one I'm okay with like going with 30, but Sadist going basically 10% up is a bit much actually, making it for especially in coordinated team like the go-to. But then you also need weapons that kind of back it up. So actually at this point, TKB for instance would be one of the good picks for it. No, the don't touch my Regulus. Well, they might not touch your Regulus. Show us on the Regulus where they touched you. They might touch everybody's Regulus. No, Regulus seems to be the exact same stats, at least for now. But yeah, as I'm gonna discuss in this one, I'm hoping they actually haven't like it's not their final form for the exotics. In the end, hard weird. Like when those. I'm surprised that ND is getting that much attention. Like the OD changes are actually pretty good because now you can drop glass, or if you weren't using glass, you can now basically have glass values without having to use glass, basically. And it opens up the slot for Coyote in that build, which will make it a lot more effective, especially if you're running it like solo or something. But OD, I see basically going to be a general, like, you want one basically in every 4-man team if you're playing that way, even without the ammo directives and stuff, because now it is, it's going to likely be like 20% behind, especially with Sadist also going up. So it's going to be around like 20% against the new. Well, actually, no, it's going to be like 25% against the new strikers, like a vigilance glass or vigilance spot. Well, yeah, vigilance glass will likely be around the same level anyway. But what's I saying? Yeah, and these changes are actually not that big. Like going from the spread being 100% to 112%. It's a buff, definitely, but I'm surprised it's getting that much attention. But yeah, the hardwired ones, because now you can do either one of two things, because I see a lot of people going like, oh, I'm going to do a 5-second spam with Seekers. My idea is much more, I'm going to have chest and backpack talents now, and hit a lot harder with the same 10-second Seekers without needing the backpack. Although, of course, 5-second Seeker also sounds fun, but we'll have to see. They already nerfed Status Wagon on the Infernal Nerving Alamo with max size that decrease the damage output as well. They haven't really like nerfed status effect to a degree that really matters. Like, yeah, there is the what was supposed to be likely the PvP only. Well, it wasn't. Well, they outright said that it was supposed to be PvP only. Diminishing returns on thing is like fire and foam eclipses didn't really care. And really, I'm actually maybe going to make that picture in. I kind of want to post it to Reddit as well. There is likely around like 200 buffs, and there is like 11 nerfs, I think, in total. Like I counted the nerfs. Like there was like 11 nerfs, outside of like the weapon damage balance changes, of course. But outright buffs and nerfs, it was like 11. And yeah, there's like hundreds of buffs. And of course, although of course it is to the things that most people used a lot, but nah, so actually the Elmo, because the Elmo used to be kind of like the difference between the Elmo here and like what it used to be on, actually you can't see that there. I have to, well, I have to kind of go look at the whole thing itself. But yeah, the Elmo used to be basically 83%, like it used to be a 626. It's now a 670 base, or like a 660 base. So actually its base went up, and yeah, it's losing 5 crit chance, 5 crit damage. It is likely still going to be one of the better picks. Outside that, yeah, there is of course the Chameleon in this list at the current time, which is kind of super overtuned. We'll have to actually see if this is their, like, what happens with the exotics. The exotics might, like, I would hope they're not final yet. As we're gonna continue here as well. Yeah, let's actually record the next segments. 20% for the damage mark. It's wasn't it 112%? I'm pretty sure it's 112%. Let's actually go look, because I might be wrong. I mean, it is above, but it's not like. Honestly, I would have preferred maybe its bases to be changed. It's like 2 and 3 piece bonus or something that affects all 3 shots, because still the single target damage is going to be the same, and the single target damage is always the kind of awkward thing about Negotiator. Whenever you're just fighting one enemy, it kind of just feels weak. Was it in this? Yeah, Bransons. So Control F, nego. Yeah, so 112. So it's a 12% increase, which is still an increase. Don't get me wrong, but to me, that's not the issue. That's like Negotiator, or why it like isn't generally used. It's just it feels very weak. Single target. I would have much preferred a single target buff, or some form of, or maybe even making that stacking buff bigger. That stacking buff that it has for every kill while you're still in combat. Maybe making it go up faster and making it like capped at the same, but you get like double stack, so you have like half the kills. So also getting some love. Gone over to Mars? No, not yet. But also, yeah, the 1886 is kind of weird. It's actually, its base is so high that it's basically an MMR at this point. Although, of course, you don't get to have a scope and all of those things. But yeah, with Determined, that doesn't matter. But yeah, its base is maybe a little bit too high, honestly. And hey, well, Bizzle. No, I mean, you had the right idea. I wasn't sure about if it was 112. I had to go. I was more checking for myself. Because yeah, there's a lot of changes. Not everything has completely settled in my brain yet. But of course, yeah, Negotiator was always good. And keep in mind as well, actually, Strikers going down is kind of pulling like Negotiator and well, Heartbreaker like is also getting a buff, but it would have like even the old Heartbreaker would be pulled above a little bit. Just Striker was such a like it was just like all the other red builds, and then Striker, and then came back there. So definitely Negotiator. I mean, Negotiator was always a recommended build of mine as well. So this one, thinking what SMGs to learn, looks like the PP is the top parts. We need to put them on builds, especially on these. But yeah, no, the PP kind of is okay looking. That -1 mod, basically, you can kind of see this -1 mod as like an 80% drop. Honestly, the attack vector with oh no, not the attack vector, the vector 9mm. So this one, the 53 round one, especially with fast hands, like while it doesn't like go up all the way, of course, it like mitigates its biggest weakness. Because what is this reload with even? So yeah, you can push it at least under 2 seconds quite regularly because it's a 126 there. But yeah, in here, this is one of the few ones where there's definitely like a do not pick this one, which is the MP7. Because even at least the UMP that is like super low on burst is kind of high on sustain and stuff. But yeah, the MP7 is low on burst, low on sustain, and low on damage per mag. Like it's in all categories kind of bad, and it doesn't have like exceptional accuracy or something. Another one as well actually here is the SMG 982. Is also kind of looking okay-ish, especially there as well. Though it has also, it's kind of a fast stance weapons. What is not a fast stance weapon here, actually? Honestly, the Vector 45-ish kind of still there. I mean, yeah, that's the thing with this. Like, you can kind of pick anything from here to here on burst. So yeah, MPX, MP5. And then, yeah, MPX is kind of up here, MP5 is kind of up there, and you kind of get mid-tier on both, which kind of is okay. Honestly, I mean, still Oreo. Especially on burst. Yeah, let's record this other segment. How's the Carbon 7 looking? This might get to Carbon 7 actually is looking better than it was now. Yeah, it's kind of in that same role. It's basically everything from this from like the SIG here to the P416. It's kind of inversed here. So the P416 M4 G36 Carbon 7 SIG. You can have them all here, and they're general good all-rounders. At least, well, depends on if the AUG kind of goes in the way that it is. Oh, well, actually, we should look at but yeah, that's why I was kind of confused. Yeah. So we have the P460 M4 G36 Carbon 7 SIG. We have this kind of inverse here of G36 Carbon 7 SIG. You know, actually, now P416 is. I mean, now P416 is also still fine because this part is like you kind of also have to look at the percentage, not the rank, but like these 4 weapons are like, oh no, these 3 weapons, no, these 4, oh yeah. These 5 weapons even are like within like 0.2% from the fall all the way to the P416 on burst. Honestly, the thing is, I feel you can basically make a case for any of these and also kind of on your preference of recoil pattern and stuff like that. So we actually get that, you know, pick whatever one you like, kind of outside of a few. Outside of like just, yeah, we're going to talk in SMG here, like just the MP7 is like a standout in like how bad it is. Because honestly, every weapon now has a thing that is okay at. AUG is as well kind of bad in this. Like this is also like not performing okay-ish here because of the mag size. Like it should be the top of this otherwise if it's going to be that low as it is. But yeah, let's actually discuss this part. Let's actually, yeah, the zoomed in version. And let's move on to the SMGs, and we'll go a little bit faster as, of course, in the AR section, I took the time to explain a bunch of things as well as we kind of need to understand these or to at least, you know, see where I'm coming from. And yeah, we have the sustained burst and damage per mag, and again, fast stance comparison for the SMGs here. In the SMGs, I want to point this one out first. There is one standout, and it's in a bad way. The MP7, this is like, for instance, one of the few weapons that I found that is actually poorly implemented now. Now, of course, it was one of the top weapons. They've moved it, though, to be one of the lowest burst. And that would be fine, of course, within the team that we had of like, if there's goods on burst, it's going to be bad on sustain. But if we go to sustain, just because of that 40 round mag size, of course, as well, it is one of the worst sustainers. And then as well, on damage per mag, it is like the 3rd worst, also because of that mag size. So it's bad at everything. This is the thing that, of course, with a few weapons, we had that last season. Like, for instance, if we scroll a little bit to the right, what we had very much so is that the standouts were the Banshee and the MP7 especially. They were really high on burst. They were pretty high on sustain. They had good enough accuracy and damage per mag to not get in their way, and that's why we recommended them. So this was the easy ones last, or well, current season or at the current time. In this PTS, yeah, there is no like clear winners, and I kind of like that actually. This makes, again, this basically the entirety of the top of this burst part, together with everything in the mid tier that is kind of shared with above being in the mid tier. You can just basically take your pick. As well, here we have a lot of weapons actually up to the 90% mark, and then it kind of drops off on especially the burst. But we kind of see this flipped on the sustain. Now, of course, we're going to pick more on the burst end. There is some standouts, especially the Vector 9mm. So this isn't the TAC Vector. This is the 53 round one that we generally would avoid because it had way too low base damage. It no longer does. So that with fast hands though, because this reload is horrendous. Same for the SMG 9A2. This is the one that can have all the mod slots. So it has 4 mods in total with having the ability to have 3 crit chance, although now as well crit damage, if you were to prefer that mods. This also has a very long reload, so they've kind of balanced it in that way. Now, of course, we can mitigate that, for instance, with fast hands, but if you don't want to go fast hands, honestly, the Vector 45, the PP19, even the P90, the MPX, and the MP5, all are kind of okayish on their burst, and then again, kind of okayish on their sustain. The AUG is also one of the ones that kind of is standing out as being a little bit too tuned down, as it was actually one of the picks for last season, especially if you didn't want to go with if you wanted to have a long rail, so for flatline. Not that we put flatline that much on SMGs, but you definitely can, and it's a really good powerful talent. But yeah, it's pretty low on burst. It was pretty low on sustain because of that 45 round mag as well. It is not per se, I mean, it is higher up on the damage per mag, but it's not competitive there either. The AUG and the MP7 stand out as being somewhat of losers here. Now, the Banshee as well has actually been pushed down a lot on its burst, but it still actually can compete a little bit on the sustain, but we still wouldn't pick this. The fights where this would overtake a weapon above it, we don't have in Division that much. You're not going to fight for 8 minutes or such, the way that in some games you would shoot a singular thing for minutes upon minutes for like a boss fight or something. We just don't have those kind of fights in Division. But from here, yeah, I would definitely say the Vector 9mm and the SMG 9A2. Now, you might be wondering, why not some of these other ones? Well, first of all, some of them are, of course, with less mod slots. That is a loss in crit chance. Crit chance is much more of a premium now with the changes to Cheska and such. And because of that, yeah, losing mods is going to cost you pretty quickly. Although between, for instance, here, the SMG 9A2 and the 9, there is actually a big enough gap in their bases that you could maybe choose to do so. We need to, of course, check this on build, which I haven't done yet. We'll do that in the future, as we'll put them again on builds and kind of compare them that way, because that is actually the way to compare them. But of course, that takes time, and I haven't done that yet. So we'll come back to those in the future, but we can already kind of, the Vector 9mm, the SMG 9A2, the Vector 45 as well, for if you need a long rail weapon, even though it is a little bit lower on the sustain charts, it is still good enough for that task, because its burst is good enough. And yeah, just the MP7 and the AUG kind of stand out here, where we didn't have that in the AR category of just pure like losers, so to say. We do have that here. The AUG and MP7 kind of maybe need a bump up, because yeah, they really don't do anything that well. Because for instance as well, here the lowest on the burst, bringing up the back of the UMP, that at least has a decent sustain, and of course it is one of the higher damage per mag weapons, just because that is like, it is a slow firing, hard hitting weapon, so it's gonna of course be a little bit higher on that. Let's go to the exotics here. Now, of course, there's been a lot to say about the Ouroboros, our dear Oreo. Did we finally kick the habit of dipping our Oreos in milk? No. The Oreo was so much ahead, like when they also had it there with it losing 10% rate of fire, it losing 10 rounds from its magazine. It is still the Burst King. It is no longer as well the Sustain King next to it, because its sustain has dropped significantly. That's what happens when you have to reload 10 rounds earlier. Of course, as well, its reload actually has gone up a little bit. And yeah, that altogether kind of means that it isn't as powerful as it used to be, but it is still one of the top picks because it still beats most of these weapons outright with the damage challenge, and of course most of the damage challenges that we have, like Obliterate or Optimist or Strained, they are conditional. You don't have perfect uptime on them. Even something like Flatline, which would be a 15% to these weapons, costs you a crit chance or a crit chance or crit damage mod in the future, as those have been normalized to be 5 and 10 now, so you can pick between them. This will still just be this, like the Ouroboros still goes brrt and just does a thing and doesn't care what you think about it. It is very much so more balanced. Now, in play, that 40 round magazine kind of hurts a little bit, but you still, it is still, when you kind of play with it, you still notice that it is one of the more powerful weapons, as this is the one weapon that I kind of played with a little bit. A Backfire going a little bit higher, and of course its talent is getting changed, getting to 100 stacks now instead of 200, and each stack is now 2. So it's basically getting the same amount of burst, or the same amount of damage on its top end. It's just reaching it so much faster in 100 rounds, and of course it's stacking up faster as well, doing more of its damage. It is of course still kind of in that same ballpark, although you guys won't be able to see it here as I'm scrolling to the right. But yeah, it used to be basically in the 750 range. It's now in the 722 range of burst. So it is kind of losing towards its old version. And of course, it needs a build. So that kind of eats into it, because you need to either just take the hit and just bleed, or of course, what most of us do is actually make builds for it. That comes at a cost, and yeah, we'll kind of have to see on a build again and kind of play, because it still does drop off after those 10 seconds. That is actually much more of the issue. Now, of course, though, you're stacking up so much faster, so it makes up for it a little bit, but I definitely want to play around with it, and it is an interesting one. Chatterbox is kind of getting to be around the same numbers that it used to be. It was a 620. Actually, it's losing quite a bit, going to 550, but in comparison to the other exotics, it's kind of staying in the same percentages. It's going down by almost the same as the Ouroboros did, but of course now its talent is 25% per stack instead of the 20 that it was. So now with 4 stacks, you have the same the RPM increase as 5 stacks, and of course you can have a 5th stack on top. That is big, but I've seen some people tout Chatterbox as the pick. Not from this list, because also in a second we'll see some of the LMGs. Like looking at it holistically, no, the Chameleon, for instance, in its current incarnation is much better than this. Chatterbox is always a little conditional. It doesn't really work well for you in groups. It is kind of dependent on the difficulty and kind of what you're doing. It works really well against territory controls. It's a lot worse against public executions, where you have a lot more elites and you're not getting that, you're not killing everything in half of a mag. But in territory controls, it's all reds and purples. Then yes. The conditionality there does hurt this. I kind of feel I apparently need to point that out. Lately, that's kind of staying in kind of the area that it was. It's not really getting any changes to it. So, well, it's not getting any changes to it. So it's still back there. Although actually, it's getting a crit chance mod increase, but that doesn't help it that much. Not enough to catch up. Yeah, let's move on to LMGs. So that was likely still again 15 minutes. Was it 10 minutes? Okay, no, I was scared a second there because the game kind of went away.
Priority objective available.
Let me catch up as well as
entering safe area.
With the rifle buff, is the Harmony finally useful? I mean, for most of the rifles, I don't think the Mark 47 actually really is landing great. Because the Mark 47 is still kind of like a mid-tier there and a mid-tier here. It's not really like doing anything really helpful for itself. I would pick a bunch of rifles over it, is the thing. Honestly, where's the mark 47? Oh, it's actually there. I was like, yeah, it was I was looking at the mark 17 there. Because while it is kind of okay on sustain, it's pretty bad on burst. Same for the UIC. They are a little bit easier shooters, but yeah, too big of a cost. But a lot of the rifles are kind of look okay. But the armory was always kind of useful, although it doesn't compete well, especially now against the capacitor in its current incarnation. We'll have to see if that actually lands like that. And I guess that Corpse was looking best pick all rounder. I would not agree with that. Generally, I would say as an all-rounder pick here in the ARs, I'm personally still going to go a lot with fast hands Hamas's, but Honey Badger and F2000, even with because you have to keep in mind that you do lose a crit chance mod, but this difference is much bigger than that just putting one crit chance mod in. So the F2000 and the Honey Badger, the Honey Badger actually looks pretty good. But I wouldn't say that the Carbine 7 is kind of a mid-tier in here. As also the Honey Badger also acts as if it has. I mean, we'll have to try them out again. They might have changed it. And hey there, Crimson. And hey, Admiral. The MG5 and TTS. Yeah, all of the LMGs kind of look pretty balanced here. The Infantry MG5 definitely kind of looks to be a general pick with fast hands. But also this M249 actually looks pretty okay with a rate of fire mag, because that lands. Actually, where does that land versus the MG5 with pouch? Although of course we can kind of actually that's landing here, but yeah, if she fast lands it, also good times actually looks kind of okay, because the M60, while kind of being low on the burst here, it isn't it is kind of in that pack of these, and you can kind of make it a rate of fire mag, because what's the M60 E6? So yeah, that's this one. The Infantry MG5 does look like the general pick in LMGs. One chip as well. FAMAS is not all-rounder. Why not? I'm talking about a fast stance FAMAS. That's going to be my just general pick. Is Under Pressure getting better? Yeah, quite a bit. It is getting one of the 3 top burst spots, and the Honey Badger is still higher than most of the other weapons, especially if you fast hands it here, because that's the thing here, especially the CTAR and stuff. Up to the CTAR is kind of all burst territory, and they're all kind of bad on sustain. But if you fast hands them, you can kind of recoup some of that, and then kind of this P416 all the way to this SIG is kind of all mid-tierers that just kind of can do both burst and sustain. So that makes some okay-ish picks for that. Because you need fast. Okay. I mean, I would already put fast hands on most things anyway. Yeah, let's get the LMGs. Definition is okay. Irregular. Okay. No, that's that definition. For me, an all-rounder is just a weapon that you can make work pretty well, with talents. Because some weapons work better with some talents, or flatline needing a long on the rail and stuff or stuff like that. So I kind of see it more like that. But yeah, generally I see that as a weapon plus talent, because some weapons just prefer to have certain talents, because I feel all of these top bursters here on ARs kind of because 247, 247, 250, and then the fall is the 230. Actually, as well, the fall doesn't look too horrendous now as well, one should say. But I definitely pick a honey badger over it. And yeah, this low reload. Actually, yeah, I can kind of see your like as a general use for any talents. Yeah, Carbine 7 could be like if that's more your definition. Carbine kind of fits that. Although I would also say PDR kind of fits that as well, as long as. Is the fall there? Fall is there. Let's see if it's actually. That's very nice, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely making up for, because yeah, it used to be like a copy of the Carbine 7. Now it's actually no longer a full copy of the Carbine 7, neither on its RPM nor on its reload, because they used to share those. So yeah. But yeah, let's actually go into LMGs and record this final part, or like record this part. Well, let me catch up what's on that bag here. I don't know, that's one. Although, keep in mind that actually, if we are talking about mods, so some of the things, if you're like pairing it with a Scorpio or something, actually, and Honey Badger can be nicer because you can put 2 crit chance mods on it, and you have the same 10 crit chance as like a Scorpio or shotguns or stuff like that. So there's also that. Let's check down a little bit of a smoothie. What are your thoughts on these nerfs? Now, there's also buffs. A lot more buffs than there are nerfs. So my thoughts on the buffs is, or the balancing overall. On the high ends here, they've done a good job. The exotics, as you're about to hear in a second, not so much. But I think overall, actually, these weapon changes, I'm way in favor of them. Like, having looked at them more and more, and especially yesterday as well, I had like an hour or so to kind of spit through them. Just not having that instant, like looking at this and going, yep, that one. You know, because if we look at the old list, let me actually zoom out a little so I can see those. If we go on the old list, if I'm looking here, I'm going, yeah, Infantry MG5 RPK, because also both of those are pretty high on sustain as well, even without like weapon handling mods or like weapon handling talents or, you know, reliable or fast stands going in. And Infantry MG5, of course, we can kind of look at the fast stand stable for them, and they jump up decently. I mean, not to the top, but yeah, you can kind of look at this and go like, yeah, Infantry MG5, even L86, but yeah, not with like, doesn't have enough rounds for fast stands. But now as well, the RPK doesn't have enough rounds for fast stands. But you could like zero in on kind of what the top of it is very easily. And here, it's not just that it is new and we're not like, you know, tuned into it yet. It's just, there is no like, that's the one, which is good because that makes a bunch of them that the one. You can actually very much more like pick out of several weapons, and as well situationally, one weapon will be better than the other. Because yeah, for some of the longer fights, I would definitely pick the TKB over a FAMAS. And for other fights, I would definitely pick the FAMAS over the TKB, or well, maybe the Fall or some of those as well. There's no like just one right gun anymore in any of these categories, which, you know, makes it a little bit more annoying for me because I can't go like just this gun. I have to like be more, you know, in this situation, you have to pick well, not you have to, but in this situation, I recommend this one. And in this other situation, I recommend this one. So it depends. I have to go all that instead of just going, you know, back in the day, it was just, yeah, just pick FAMAS or M4. Now it's much more. There's like situationality to it and stuff. It's pointless. Yeah, I was kind of looking at that as well and going, actually, I hadn't looked at it yet, but I was assuming that they hadn't touched that. They should just make it 15. Like that would help that out. That would also like be a pick for that. Kind of like the same, because I'm guessing the I haven't checked that either, but the demo 7 crit chance is still going to be the demo 7 crit chance, right? Maybe that as well. Just move that to 7.5, and then make the firewall 115. Making also a good reason to pick demo, and then also with firewall, because that underbarrel requires long rail, and they still have kept up a lot of the weapons that have long rail are not as high in the burst still. So they've kept that up, because on ARs they haven't, because the Honey Badger does have a long rail. But the Honey Badger then, yeah, is still like kind of middling there, because here the fall is like the first one that has a long rail, like a real long rail, and then yeah, it's gonna fall. But then the fall, of course, has like its damage per mag issues. You got the point. Oh yeah, but they could just add it. The thing was, we weren't running the weapons needed for it generally. What gear do you advise me to use together with Honey Badger? If you want to use the Honey Badger, I mean, just the new Striker, as we'll have it. Likely Vigilance Striker. Although actually likely we'll just keep, like, I'm likely going to move to keeping the backpack and going Glass Coyote, because the Coyote is still going to be one of the better picks. Or going Vigilance Coyote, and then going for the 200 stacks. But 200 stacks is, I mean, yeah, it has its own issue. That was a phenomenal with the way ARs are balanced now. Yeah, I mean, Fast Hands was already as well, kind of. Well, I'm not, as somebody who uses Fast Hands a lot, like most of my weapons are Fast Hands. I'm completely fine with the changes to 3%. It cuts into it quite a bit, but yeah, it's also kind of understandable. Fast Hands was a little bit too good, maybe. That matters not less anything as far as everything 2 mods. Weapons over 3. As far as thinking, I mean, you still lose, because while the crit chance crit damages are balanced, you still lose some damage. So with a lot of these weapons, they are kind of want to see them on weapon, but especially, yeah, for instance, the SMG9 here versus the SMG9A2. This might be just around the same of a crit chance mod in a Hunter's Fury. Or well, a crit damage mod, like it doesn't matter nowadays anymore in between them. But yeah, some other weapons, like the Honey Badger here versus the Carbine 7 here, this is too big of a gap. So this is like 4%, just under, no, it's basically, yeah, it's basically 4%. I mean, it's versus the F2000, so it's not 4% between them, but yeah, there's the gap, yeah, you get my point. But that likely is bigger than just one mod. But of course, the Carbine 7 here has this reload, like, This is the standout thing of the Carbine 7 now. It used to be one of the longest reloads. It's now one of the shortest. So, indeed. Yeah, let's go record the LMG one, because yeah, for those coming in, I'm recording something for, to put up on YouTube. As we're kind of analyzing this and kind of talking about them, and also especially pointing out that all of the exotics are horrendously overtuned. But I'm hoping that is because also the outside of their talents changes and stuff, they didn't outright put out the stats of these. So I'm hoping that's a phase 2 thing maybe, or otherwise we'll hopefully bring it to their attention. Especially in here, Bullet King, a little bit much. A little bit much in his burst DPS. Honestly, same for the Iron Lung, and honestly, same for the Basilisk. Yeah, let's record this. Actually, no, let's go to this scene. Yeah, so trusty thingy. Yeah, let's go here. as we get to the LMGs. Kind of the same story again. This is the song of TU22. Is that it's Thanos did a snap. All things are balanced as they should be. Again, there is no hard pick, like simple pick as we used to have. If we kind of scroll to the right, when we looked at the old burst and sustain tables, the RPK, the infantry MG5, the L86, all of them kind of stood out, especially as well because they kept up even on their sustain, and especially if we kind of looked at their fast hand sustain as is down here. They were easy picks. They were really high on burst. They had no like horrendous attributes to them and made for easy pickings. No longer the case again. We have things like the MG5 with one mod less, especially here as well. Keep in mind that this rate of fire and this P in between the brackets, in all of the big box LMGs, you can either put a rate of fire mag or the pouch from Gunner. The rate of fire mag adds 5% rate of fire, and this is actually the thing that you should generally do with the GR9. Whenever I see a GR9 or a Stoner, the Stoner you shouldn't have picked currently. In the future as well, you shouldn't pick it still because it's still missing a mod basically, as it has a stability muzzle that you can't replace. You shouldn't take them to 250 rounds, especially like the way that most people would use them. With steady-handed, 200 rounds is enough. You would rather have the 5% rate of fire. But of course, on something like an MG5 that is 50 rounds, you really don't want that one. So even though this one is in here for, practical purposes to have everything be with both, we're not really going to look at the infantry or the MG5, the normal MG5, with the rate of fire mags, because there'll just be 50 rounds. That's not enough as well to like stack up fast stands or anything like that to meaningful levels. Now, the infantry MG5 with a PMAG, as we'll start here, basically, all of these are, of course, kind of first off with the rate of fire mag. The one that stands in them is the MG5, not the infantry one, with being decently high up there on its burst. This is actually one of the ones that is kind of a pick. Now, of course, we do get with the infantry MG5, the chance to have one more crit chance or crit damage mod, basically one more mod slot. But the difference between them isn't big enough for us to not pick this MG5, because this is, of course, kind of a 4% difference between them with both of the pouch ones. That is not enough to be made up with just one mod slot difference. So the one standout here kind of is the MG5 with pouch, not the infantry one. But then, of course, you're kind of locking yourself into fast stands. Whereas, for instance, with the M249, even though they have kind of a horrendous reload with 511 as has gone up, and of course, our favorite brand there, we wouldn't as well kind of use them with rate of fire, because this would be quite empty, quite fast, and then you would hit this reload. Again, with the pouch, they go down quite a bit, and they're kind of down there. But this one as well is well usable. Even the infantry MG5, I wouldn't per se, the RPK and L86, even though they're kind of there on burst, they're very low on just sustain if they were to be without fast hands. But even with fast hands, the L86, of course, has just a 50 round max, so it's not keeping up with stacking it that much. But the RPK also lost quite a bit of its rounds. And yeah, I mean, well, it actually lost 5 rounds. It's not that big, but it's still a loss of 5 rounds, and it is dropping down because of that. One of the things with the LMGs, of course, we can actually stack fast hands to kind of full. We see that as well with the good times here, which is, of course, a M60 based, the M60 E6, technically. And that means that the good times is actually a decent pick, especially because it's going up there, of course. It is still 5 per stack, even though that as well got reduced from 8 per fast hand stacks to 5. So quite a reduction. It is based on an M60 E4, which, while not that high on burst, we have to keep in mind that it isn't also that far behind, for instance, from MG5 or infantry MG5. And then, of course, as well, kind of on build, this MG5 would also kind of lose 5 crit chance or 10 crit damage and kind of be brought down a little bit. That means that actually a lot of these weapons are kind of in the same ballpark. Some of the things that do kind of stand out as not maybe worth using is that actually the classic M60 is now very much behind the M60 A6, which it shouldn't be. Or well, it's kind of basically on the same level, I should say. But it should be much ahead, actually. That's the point I'm trying to make. As basically a same gap as the infantry MG5 to the MG5, that same gap should be here because we're losing a mod here as well. So this isn't fair on it. This could stand to go a little bit higher just to be in level with them. The Negev looking pretty good as well. And honestly, the HK9 and the Stoner, they were, well, the Stoner you generally wouldn't use. You still wouldn't because the GR9 is now actually pulled down to be in the same ballpark as the Stoner, especially. Because the Stoner used to be like really at the back. It was really bringing up the rear by a lot. Now the GR9 is kind of packed in with it. And yeah, with steady-handed, you can make use of it. But then as well, you would kind of pick the GR9 over it because the GR9 is a little bit higher on burst, even though the sustain here on the Stoner is kind of stacked up as the same. It is actually losing a mod, even though I'm not showing that here. It's a weird one. It does have that mod slot, but it's filled in with a 20 stability mod, which you can't change. And yeah, I would still pick the GR9 over it because the GR9 does have a few percent more, but then as well, when you're doing steady-handed things, your burst basically becomes your sustain. That is the point of it. Let's go to the exotics here as well, and this is the one where actually it is a little bit egregious, and this one is the one that I'm hoping is just placeholder. We see that actually the Pestilence, the Bullet King, the Blue Screen, and the Iron Lung are all within 4% of each other. Also, if we just take this burst number, 572 of the Pestilence, or even the 570, or 750 of the 750K of the Bullet King. If we scrolled up a little bit, that's kind of on par with a rate of fire MG5, which is of course like a weapon you would never use that way. Like even if we compare it like to an MG5 with a pouch, it's higher than it. Now of course these get to have a damage talent on top, but so does the Pestilence basically, because those ticks that happen, we can kind of include that in our damage. That is more than generally, like once you kind of get it going, especially now with their faster rate of fire, even though the ticks, one of the things to point out with the Pestilence is they reduced its base damage and increased its RPM. They kind of did the same thing, but not in the talent end of what happened to the backfire. We now have it's stacking faster, but its cap is a lot lower. And I mean, quite a bit, because yeah, it used to be around 60K base. Yeah, so actually where is the Pestilence? Okay, yeah, no, that is the wrong one. It used to have a much higher base. It used to be. Actually, no, it did not have a higher base. I'm mistaken, because yeah, I'm thinking of the base of the M249, which it never had because it didn't get that 20%. So actually, no, the base is kind of staying around the same. So it's getting just an RPM increase, which actually I didn't realize up to this point. So actually, it is going higher in ticks because I hadn't really tested this. That was just conjecture on my part, which I got wrong apparently, because yeah, its base is actually going up. We can see that here, and that's why I was confused for a second, because I was looking kind of at this number going, oh, it was around that, right? But that's actually for the M249. The Pestilence was around 747K, so it's going to 48K, so it's kind of keeping the same base damage, and that means that actually going to take around the same space, actually a little bit higher, and now it can stack much faster. And it has a burst of a weapon of just the other weapons. Again, with these should be tuned a little bit behind some of the other weapons, especially if they have the damage talent that really affects them well, so that the damage talent kind of goes over it, kind of like the Chameleon. The Pestilence here is very much overtuned. But the other one that is also very overtuned is the Bullet King. Because the Bullet King as well is now going to have 15 crit chance. It's no longer going to have just a 5 crit chance mod. So you can actually, you have the same crit chance as basically the Negev up there as well, that you would have for like 15 crit chance, or on that one you could also put 30 crit damage. But yeah, you need the crit chance for most mods anyway, or for most builds anyway. If we kind of look at even a rate of fire, Negev, as I try to find it, rate of fire there, with a 100-round mag, it is less than the Bullet King. And the Bullet King, of course, just infinitely fires. These four, all four are kind of way overtuned. Especially the Bullet King as well. Like, honestly, if I'm looking at this list and picking one weapon out of all of the categories, I'm picking the Bullet King. Or maybe the Chameleon. Because if I never have to reload and can actually basically outdamage on burst and sustain, because the Bullet King is basically its burst is its sustain. Its burst should be way below other things. We're going to zoom out here a little. So if we kind of look at the old versions of them, if we kind of have, if we kind of take like the 750 mark, which kind of the Iron Lung is at that part, is a little bit higher than that. And we see that, especially for the Bullet King, it's like dropping about 20%. It is very much low on the burst. It would be middle of the pack on burst if it was to go into the high-end section. And that was actually the thing that actually, kind of balanced it. And of course, it would lose 10 crit chance because it had only 5 crit chance on the mods. It being the same as everything else, and actually even higher than everything else. Yeah, that talent is as well. Just you never have to reload, and you don't have to care about it, and just go birth. And yeah, this should not go into the game as is. The Iron Lung actually got tuned down a little bit in comparison to what it was. It used to be the top one. It's now kind of the bottom one, but it's actually kind of landing around the same spot. But then also it's getting 10 crit chance. It's keeping its same 20 crit damage that it had, and it's gaining another 10 crit chance. So actually it as well is kind of on a real build, actually moving up quite a bit. These four exotics are horrendously balanced. And honestly, this is the one place where I'm like, although as we talked about, with a lot of the exotics, the Chameleon as well and stuff. And we see again as well, they're kind of balanced around their burst, which they shouldn't be. They have talents on top, talents that can outdo most other things, most high-end talents that we have. On their sustain though, we see of course, yeah, the burst of the Bullet King is its sustain. That means that as well, all of these weapons are kind of starting behind it and then even dropping more behind it. Even though they would, if they even had the damage challenge on top or something, they're just not keeping up. Fast stands as well on LMGs. If the Bullet King goes in as is, it's kind of useless. Why would you use a steady-handed if you could use this Bullet King? So I'm just hoping this is a phase 1 thing, but yeah, I definitely want to pull attention to these as yeah, they bad, dude. Yeah, let's move on to the next one, which is rifles. Yeah. How long was that? 12. Let me catch up. And, indeed, gotta run brace for that rate of fire. Yeah, what I was wondering, we had a run-in with some idiots. Oh well, and with idiots, I mean people in comments. It was like Bullet King. Yeah. Yeah, it's the team who won at this point, it's definitely well in the current game. GR9 can kind of compete with it just because it can. You get to have also the accuracy and stability bonuses of steady-handed quite consistently, but yeah, I'm hoping just as I said in the thing there as well, like it's just placeholder, and that they just are gonna give the exotics a balance pass as well. Still. Yeah, let's go to the rifle part. Continuing on with rifles, we see quite a bit of changes here as well. One of the ones I want to point out right away, the 1886 is getting actually a base of 429,880. This is a little bit odd because if we kind of we're going to jump ahead a little bit. Spoiler warning for the MMR part. 429 would put it, yeah, basically at 4th spot in Mars. Now, of course, it can't have a scope. It doesn't have those attachment slots. It is 8 rounds fixed. But I'm curious what led them to choose to do this. Because, yeah, there's just a buff kind of to headhunters, to all of those, which seems a little weird because also part of one of the oddities of all of this rebalancing is that they are not really touching headhunter determined. With them changing a lot of other stuff and leaving that one untouched, I'm kind of pessimistic that it will actually lead to much change because a lot of people run headhunter determines. They are just as powerful as they kind of were. Of course, the MMRs are getting kind of changed, but the white death is kind of going back into that slot. We'll talk it when we get to the MMRs, but yeah, it's a little bit odd as well, giving what is in effect a buff to determines to run 1886s, because especially on determined, this with headhunter kind of works well because you don't have to aim anyway. That buff as well is getting carried over to the Diamondback. Further though, for those unaware, all of the rifles, well, not all of the rifles, a large majority of the rifles are going to go to being basically full auto. So if you're holding down the mouse button, they will continuously fire. The exceptions are the 1886, the M16A2, because that was a burst fire, of course, so that'll kind of still be a 3-round burst, and the Merciless, and that was it, I think, and the Diamondback, of course, being 1886. Most of these other ones are now, well, all the other ones are just auto fire as long as you hold the button down. That's, of course, a big change to them. That's also, they've been rebalanced kind of down. The entire rifle category has been moved down a little bit, and that had to happen basically because otherwise they would be kind of too good. They are still pretty good, competitive, I would say, just first analysis. They're basically slower firing ARs. When you're using them in this way as well, when you're just kind of firing them out without having to keep clicking, it is actually a lot easier to keep them on target because you're not doing two things with the same hand at the same time. And that helps a lot as well to kind of keep them on target. They are, of course, not as accurate for sustained fire as ARs would be, for instance, or even SMGs. It is kind of harder to keep them on target. They have a kick, but of course they have one benefit, and that is that they hit hard per round, and that helps a lot with ammo conservation. Although, of course, the ammo pool for rifles is like 500, where for ARs is 900 something with a full watch. You can definitely use them as a secondary for kind of like ammo conservation purposes. In this category, it's kind of the same. We have a bunch of weapons like the classic M1A and the M1A CQB. And also as well, I should point out that now the M1A CQB and the SOCOM M1A are finally, again, the same base damage. So they can be combined again, which helps me a lot. That's also why we have one weapon missing in comparison, or it would seem missing versus there. That's because, yeah, the M1A CQB and the SOCOM M1A have once again been kind of combined into the one weapon that they should have been. The SOCOM M1A always had, since TU10, it didn't get the buff that the M1A CQB did, and it should have gotten as well. As actually, the M1A CQB is the worst version of these two, as the M1A CQB is actually a little bit better in either accuracy or stability. I don't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, they've been combined together again, so that's cool. The M1A CQB and all of the M1As, of course, with that 15-round magazine, they've also had increased, a little bit changes to the reload. They're kind of landing, of course, at the bottom if we're looking at them just on sustain. But of course, they're some of the top bursters. Do you want to reload this much? They also don't have enough magazine size to kind of do fast hands things with them because you can't get enough stacks of fast hands. Then we go kind of into basically a blob of all the other weapons, especially going from this USC all the way to this to the kind of like a lightweight M4. They're kind of within, well, especially if we kind of go from the SIG, they're kind of within like 5% of each other. With the SIG or with the USC as well in there, it's kind of around 6% of each other. That's actually a pretty close pack to each other, and it kind of goes to whichever one you like again. There isn't a clear pick, even though I would say that from this, I'm likely going to lean mostly towards the lightweight M4 just because it has the least egregious reload. Even though it is kind of lower on the burst, that helps it put it quite a lot higher on sustain. And of course, as well, that reload just not being as atrocious is kind of important. Although one thing I do want to add, and I will likely add at some point, I don't have at the moment a fast hands version, but we can actually run fast hands pretty, like it is a choosable talent now. We could go with that as well. I mean, it always was, but we generally wouldn't. But now that we're firing them full auto, we can also go 50 round mags, because also if you're just firing without having to click, it is actually easier to keep them on target. You generally want to go for the extended mag size now again. And yeah, that means that, with 50 rounds, we could maybe run some of these worse weapons, especially, for instance, an ACR SS on the reload, and then compensate for that with fast hands. But overall, here again, with rifles, we kind of, see the theme that we have seen all throughout. Weapons that are really good on burst are not that great on sustain, and vice versa. One that also has had a change to its mag size is actually the Mark 17 has gone from 20 rounds base to 10 rounds base, with a plus 20 mag is going to 30, of course, here. That is actually, its balancing factor against some of these other ones, because that one as well kind of is a decent enough pick, but then, of course, loses that a little bit on sustain, and then would also lose out on having the ability to kind of have fast hands go for it. But honestly, it doesn't. Mark 17 as well would be kind of a pick as well. Here we have also the 716, because we also have the other version, of course, of it with one mod more. We have the CQB and we have the normal version. Here, though, my guess would be that the difference isn't big enough. It's a 3.67 at least. When we're comparing to the 1886, but they're like in a 3% difference of them. That will likely not be enough to overcome that extra crit chance / crit damage mod that the SICK could have. So likely this will actually be on par or above it. But yeah, having just barely messed around with it, I can see a AR plus rifle combo becoming something I will gravitate towards. As well, all of the rifles have had changes to their optimal. We also no longer have that, like for instance, the MDR used to have a very low optimal. Same for some of the others. All of them are kind of now decent rifle optimals. That will actually be a good maybe choice, especially, of course, as we're getting kind of a range-based gameplay with the next season with their global modifiers and such. If we're going to go to the exotics now, also I would like to point out, if you're wondering why these other lists are kind of empty, generally I would have them with big mags and not big mags. Generally, I don't think now that they're full auto that we'll kind of use most of them without the extended mag, because you could put in a stability mag in the past. That's one thing I used to do a lot. But actually, when you're full auto firing them, that kind of helps actually already with keeping the recoil, because the recoil is much more consistent, and of course, you're not clicking with the same hand that you're recoil compensating. So that helps a lot. One thing I might do is one of the changes as well that we'll have to likely do a whole in-depth look into is now we don't have just the plus 20 mag with the minus 10 reload. We also now have a plus 15 mag without a reload deficiency to it. So you don't lose that 10% reload. Which is better? I have no idea. I'll have an in-depth look into it at some point. I'm very curious because some of these reloads are quite high. Now, of course, these reloads, especially with the big mags, I'm taking the numbers from in-game generally, and that does mean that we have basically the plus 10 from the watch, and then we're losing that plus 10 with the minus 10 of that mag. You could have a little bit faster reload speeds if you go with that 15-round mag. Is that worth it? I'd be curious, actually. We need to kind of analyze that fully, but that'll come in the future. Let's go to the exotics. We have Diamondback, actually, of course, with that new base as well as it gets carried over. Also, yeah, the 1886 has now gotten the same 8 rounds that the Diamondback received last season, so that has also gone up for it. The Diamondback looks really good. Here again, we kind of see outside of the Ravenous, which actually hasn't had any changes to it, all of the other weapons are kind of, again, balanced within it like a 10% margin, which to me is just a little off. The Diamondback looks actually a little bit too good, even though it actually as well doesn't really lose on the sustain, because it is kind of middle of the pack when we look at the sustain charts there. The Diamondback seems a little bit overtuned for the talent that it has. Same again for the Dr. Home. While it doesn't have a damage talent, its utility talent is really good. Now, of course, actually the Dr. Home is a little bit down balanced because it's getting the stats from the M1A CQB. Or SOCOM, actually, or CQB. Actually, CQB, it looks more like a CQB. It's still a little bit overtuned. Merciless is not getting the full auto treatment because, of course, it has the trigger mechanic that it has. So that's fine. The Vindicator, though, being just 10% behind now, the Vindicator used to be, if we kind of go back to the last one, it was kind of tuned at quite around like 680. Now it is a little bit lower on its base as well. All of the rifles were, but in comparison to a lot of these rifles, because if we take that same 650 and kind of go look upstairs, 650 is putting it in in like this middle of the pack that we were kind of talking about, with a lot of the weapons that you could pick, with some of them being better on sustain, some others on burst. This Vindicator is coming in here with a much better talent that you can have on any weapon. So, of course, even getting a buff from 40 to 60%, this Vindicator is way overtuned. Same like the Chameleon. It should be quite a bit further behind other weapons, especially the high ends, so that in the same way as it used to be, it is not in the middle of the pack, because here it used to be a 680, and that puts it like pretty low in the pack in comparison to like the burst numbers that we used to have. Now it's kind of in the middle of the pack, and then it has a really good talent on top. I mean, well, it's not the best talent, but it is damage purposes wise. You can't get the same out of like Boomerang or some such. Ravenous as well has gone full auto. I've seen some reports of it currently not working correctly and only counting one of the pellets hitting. I haven't done any of my own testing with it, but numbers-wise, yeah, Ravenous looks kind of good, because also now if you can just hold down the mouse button and fire and then swap shoulders continuously, that makes it a lot easier in use. Yeah, let's move on to the next ones, which is going to be shotguns. Let's catch up here. If the mod is staying in the same place as now, BTS Defender sorting is going to be Marius. That'll be fine, right? I'm likely that makes sense in some way, but not to me there. Certainly. Your Bighorn versus name saw different YouTube, and he had much better numbers. He likely put it on a build. Likely. This is just base numbers. No talent, no nothing else. But yeah, we should all be hitting the same numbers. I took the numbers from in-game. I can double check them for you if you want, but I'm guessing. Let's put sheer base damage on. So 57.2. Oh wait, actually. Wait, what happened here? Actually, you're not incorrect. Let me check. What happened here? I think I copied this from the OG, because some of the other stats were from the OG. But this is a 920. Oh, wow. Yep. I'm not building my own. Actually, let me show it in game. Because likely I did actually grab the 680 from, because I was always 800. We'll have to redo the AR section. Whoops. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out, actually. Wait, why is it 920 now, though? Like, where is it getting? Was this with the big one? Was it listed? Because I remember it having a talent change, but it's in here. Okay. Oh. That's not in here, so it must be in there. In here. Oh no, yeah, maybe it's in here. This is a talent. Oh, it's exotics as well. Alright, let's just go into 920. Oh, thanks for pointing that out. We'll get this fixed. Actually, might leave that segment and just come back to, because this will put us at the top by a lot. So it is still 572, 920, 42. And then, oh, it's not even that. It's 40 now. Yeah. That's 70. Oh, I'm a striker. God damn it! Why am I striker? Guess we're doing some. Thought I checked, then it wasn't. Yeah. Okay, that's yeah. This is 800. There we go. Actually, then 192 and then 40. Oh, this is still okay. Let's get these recalculated. Yeah. And if you guys as well find any, like, there's likely some more mistakes in here. But we'll hopefully find them all and sort them all out eventually. Not always how it goes. I always like an input error here or there. And yeah, there I think I took both the base and the RPM when I shouldn't have, because the RPM is different. So H. Oh yeah, that's the bighorn back at the top where it belongs, but yeah, it should be actually at the top. Good damn it. I'll have to fix this up again. Should have sorted with this with it. Actually, I think it's literally goes from the bottom to the top. $5, 10, 30, 15, 20. Seven, 6. Wow, that thing is also way overtuned. Let's catch up. Let's go with what the ignorant stats were. Yeah, no, so it does have the same base as that, but I also copied the RPM over likely from there, which I shouldn't have done. I should have copied it over from like the old charts. Because yeah, with a lot of the other exotics, I ended up just going into the game and getting them, because also like the reload speeds are different, because you're getting max sizes without like the -10 reload speed kind of things. Yeah, I was completely on the wrong build there. I thought I was still on the glass red, because we're doing yesterday when just testing on glass red, so I was kind of confused because of that. But yeah, eventually I found that I was yeah, and I was just quickly switching it from that to here. Yeah, well, thank you very much. And yeah, if you find any other or anybody else, feel free to point them out, because yeah, there's likely more in there. Place inventory within. Find this. Yeah, I was expecting that as well. A lot of people do sort using that that slot that used to be gear. So yeah, let's actually record an addendum for AR. So let me put this away. Because how long are we already? We're already on 58 minutes. I mean, there's a lot. Yeah, let's actually record an addendum for ARs. Because yeah. As a brief continuation of ARs, actually, before we move on, as this is kind of a future version of IKEA, who has been made aware that, yeah, I messed up on some of the stats of the bighorn in that list. That was putting the bighorn at the bottom there. No, it turns out that the RPM is 800 on the bighorn, which I'd gotten wrong. This changes quite a bit on the analysis talked about a second ago, especially moving the bighorn up quite a bit. Now, of course, this kind of is needed because the bighorn as well has no crit chance. Crit damage, of course, has a lot of headshot-based numbers, but as well, just on bases again with this thing, its burst being as high as it is, and its sustain as well being kind of top tier compared to especially as well all of the high ends. Kind of puts it in the overtuned category before even talent comes into play. So again, one more of these where it seems to be balanced around no talents, when yeah, these weapons have quite powerful talents. Especially, yeah, again, the bighorn, the strikeout, the capacitor, and the chameleon all have very powerful damage-based talents. Of course, like the eagle bear and the Elmo have more. Yeah, they have talents much more in line with utility, more so than just pure damage. Yeah, the little bit high. So let's go back to where we were intending to go. Let's actually mark that one so I put it in the right order. Okay. Oh yeah, let's continue here. But we're going to be streaming soon. I haven't. Well, I'll definitely be streaming this evening. I haven't decided yet. I might just go. Just keep going. I might just go from now till all the way at night. Really long stream. I haven't really decided. It kind of depends also because I haven't gotten enough sleep. Really, I came back like 4 o'clock last night, and then basically got home, slept for like 6 hours, got up and like ate something, and then showered and turned on the stream. So it kind of depends on how I feel about it. We might make like a 2-hour break in between, but I definitely will be back this evening as well, and tomorrow as well. I'll be likely streaming quite a bit. Yeah, let's do the shoot guns. The guns that shoot. So let's just get it going. And continuing on with shotguns, which are getting some love now, as even with Project Resolve, we did not get any changes to shotguns or pistols. They're definitely touching them now, and they're touching them all over. We have a lot of changes coming in through here. We see the same theme again, where weapons that are kind of low on burst kind of land a little bit higher on sustain. If we kind of look at the M870 being the lowest there, and then like kind of a little bit higher, and for instance as well, it's named Brethren in the Calibre. We have weapons like the Rock and Roll receiving a reduction in the reload speed. They're playing a lot with reload speed here as well, and some of them are kind of a lot in differences. Here though, we can actually pick a general pick. We used to have always the 612 as a general pick. It used to be good enough on burst, really good on sustain because it had a really short reload. It was also the base for the Scorpio that like just slamming a mag in a reload that we had with that. That's no longer the case anymore for our dear 612. It is actually a pretty slow reload. Overall though, this SASG as the general pick seems kind of there as just a run and gun shotgun, especially of course Tsunami, negating this long reload with pummel, with perfect pummel, 2 kills, getting your mag back. You have 7 rounds to do it. Just get her done. That definitely already was a decent pick in the past as well. Now it is likely one of the better ones. We of course have 2 above it. We don't really look at those. The double barrel shotgun and the sawed-off double barrel. Their mag size basically of just 2, which isn't really a mag. Their barrel size of 2, or well, barrel number of 2. Yeah, that is egregious. And of course, the reloads as well went from 2 to much higher numbers, especially for the normal double barrel. Super 90 is still high up here on the burst. It used to be, of course, the old burst king, kind of outside of the double barrels. It is a little bit lower, and yeah, it kind of hurts it because I wouldn't generally pick it because as well, unsustained is also lower than the ASSG, and then also there. Although, of course, the Super 90 does allow you to have a single shot reload, which can be handy because you don't have to always reload the entire magazine. With the SASG, you do. You have a magazine, you have to reload the entire thing. With the Super 90, you can put in like 2 shells in between running and stuff. Spaz 12 will actually take the trio of Spaz 12, KSG, and M870. M870 used to be the highest base damage. and that made it the choice for headhunting. What I kind of expected, actually, first time that I saw the double barrel changes to be a little bit higher numbers, I was expecting, oh, they might want to make those like the headhunting ones. No, it's very much the SPAS 12. Although with a little addendum for the KSG, which we'll get here in a second too. The SPAS 12 has the highest base now, so this will be generally, that's the number we care most about when we're talking about headhunter shotguns. And yeah, this is now likely to go to, except that, of course, the KSG lets you have more mods, because the SPAS does not have any mods. You don't get to put any headshot on it, especially, which, for instance, for a Headhunter's Fury used to be required, still likely is. And for that, then maybe the KSG with its higher, with still a higher base than the M870 now has, basically, would maybe be the pick. We'll have to kind of look actually on it on build. I haven't really deep dived into specifically that. But actually Calibre as well as a named being in here. I'm kind of looking forward to maybe using that with Headhunters, or with just not Headhunters Hunter's Fury, but just Hunter's Fury, because that does look actually decent-ish. Even though we're kind of low on the burst, of course, we're still hitting pretty hard per shot, even though it's behind my head there. Let's actually show it. It's hitting pretty hard per shot, and that can also be kind of nice, because you can just poke out of cover, get one hard hit in, kind of like the Alpha Strike, as would be in a lot of other games. And you still keep up on sustain, just because, yeah, it has now 50 to its reload, even though its reload has been kind of increased, I believe, with the M870. It's still, yeah, it actually helps quite a bit there. Of course, as well, for this, I should make fast hands stables, because already quite a while ago, fast hands got made per pellet, although I'm not sure if that was intentional. And that means that, yeah, you can actually stack up even with moderate max sizes, because you're doing it basically ×8. As a max size, because each pellet can crit independently, and then each pellet can then add one for fast hands. So we should actually kind of look at those. I haven't added that yet, but we'll do that in the future. But likely, actually, when we have the final version, I'll take the time to make those kinds of additions. One thing as well that KSG, of course, really has, because of that max size, is actually a really high damage per mag. And of course, you can single round reload it. And this, of course, also makes it a decent category, or a decent choice for just pummel. Because actually, while it doesn't have the burst, of course, of the SASG, it does have that damage per mag as well to kind of keep going. Although I would just pick the Tsunami nowadays. If we're going to go to the exotics, the big standout is the kind of reduction of effectiveness for the Scorpio, the nerf. Good. It has as well taken over some of the stats of the 612. That has hurt it a little bit, but what has changed mostly to it is that, yeah, it is now 3 rounds where it used to be 1 to apply poison. It's 6 rounds instead of the 3rd round applying Disorient, and then 9 rounds instead of 6 rounds to apply shock, and the 7th round would normally apply the plus 20 debuff. Now it's 10. So everything has been kind of, pushed apart a little bit. Yeah, we can no longer make the joke of these are the rounds of the Scorpio. The 6th one will shock you. It's now the 9th one. One important thing about the 9th one and the 10th one, that's of course after a reload. And that's after a longer reload than it used to be. So yeah, you kind of have to make that happen in that way, or in the places where those things are important. Like for instance, Boomer. I feel everybody is kind of nowadays doing the Boomer strats with Scorpio, with shocking him with the Scorpio. Might be time to move to Shocker Punch or something, or just time it better and just have that reload kind of land correctly. The reload is still, of course, more than enough time to actually get the 10 rounds on target. Sweet Dreams actually getting quite a big buff by its brethren in the SPAS getting a buff. Still, of course, yeah, talent-wise, it's not a great pick, but actually it is not too horrendous, especially on its kind of burst and sustain, kind of landing, of course, on the same numbers as the SPAS 12. But of course, here you're going to have an open talent. So would I pick this? Not really. Overlord as well. Still kind of looking bad, but as well, the Overlord, its issue was not that it had bad damage or anything. It was just the talent is kind of useless. Sweet Dreams, though, at least can be somewhat useful if used correctly, because, yeah, an instant kill on a purple is still faster than shooting them, kind of, or, well, close to instant. But yeah, here the standout is definitely the SASG 12s, especially the Tsunami, of course. Rock and Roll and ACSs, even though they have a longer reload now, we'll still use them for instance, stacking on Heartbreaker or Striker. That'll still be relevant, and that reload being that much longer shouldn't be that relevant because you just put it away. Or we will lean more towards pummel ACSs maybe instead of Rock and Rolls. And yeah, the Headhunter is basically going to Spas 12, although the KSG might actually be a competitor as well, especially for Headhunter's Fury, where I think you still need a few mods, if I remember correctly, to reach the 150 mark for Headhunter that you would need. Yeah, let's move on to pistols. A lot of talking. We're talking. How long was that? Also 9. Let me catch up. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, likely I'll be around. But yeah, enjoy your day. I've been listening to an hour of all this is crazy. You should have just left things alone, just give a storage box and we would have been okay going back to Division 1. What? Okay. If you feel that way, yeah, Division 1 is out there. Division 2 will also be out here once you kind of... But yeah, no. This is a good balance changes overall for the high ends. Yeah, of course, the exotics as we kind of braided them, but yeah, no, just giving us more storage space and going like, hey, first of all, I don't even agree with more storage space. Honestly, my answer to people hoarding is not to go like, hey, yeah, let's give them a bigger room to put more stuff in. No, just clean up the room that you have. Honestly, I'm keeping one of every weapon for these burst and sustain tables on my main account, and I'm not running into like storage issues. Most people shouldn't run into storage issues. But also just it being that, no, I'd much prefer a balanced game that isn't just a single meta. Like Strikers was way too overtuned. That was always the consensus. I wasn't expecting them to nerf it just because I didn't think they would have the balls. I'm actually happy to see them have the balls. But then they're doing some other weird thing where Heartbreakers is getting a buff, which it shouldn't. But yeah, no. I'm gonna hit the dislike on the arrows down on. But also keep in mind, what I'm doing here is like somewhat deeper analysis. You don't need this level of knowledge to actually play this game. You can just copy from others. That's actually, what most people do. You can just smash something together if you really want to. But then don't be surprised if maybe you struggle on legendaries and stuff. But I like talking about these kinds of things, and there's apparently a few people that kind of enjoy listening to it. So we'll give them. They shot. Yeah. They shot their gun. Yeah, let's go pistols. Because honestly, for especially high ends, I like what they have now a lot better than what we have currently. It's actually pretty well done. Not perfect, like definitely the AUG and the MP7 is kind of like in the SMG category, but that's just like two guns, so they're gonna move those around as well in the future, or even between phases, hopefully. Yeah, let's go to this one. Where was the 586 there? Okay. And moving on to the pistols, which also hadn't received much love in recent ages, as yeah, they haven't been changed for quite a while. Here again, same theme. Some of the things, especially if we kind of look outside of the revolvers and kind of like the slow firing ones, the more kind of auto firing ones, although of course the pistols have not received the same treatment as we have gotten with rifles where they auto fire. You still have to click per round, but yeah, they've moved around a bunch of stuff. And actually some of this I kind of need to calculate on a build actually to kind of make sense of it fully, because we do have a few picks that are within those ranges where, while they have less mods or less crit chance or such, they might still be actually preferable picks. One that comes to mind instantly is this M1911, now at the top of the burst, but this is of course that M1911 that doesn't have any crit chance. So with these, or well, you can't put any crit chance on it. There's no mod slots where crit chance go in. The mag size, of course, if it has an alternate mag size, that's just going to be reflected in there if you can put a mag into the magazine slot, because all of them will have the largest magazine that they can. Some of these weapons, of course, cannot have basically, now this would be nowadays 5 crit chance or 5 crit damage, or instead of 5 crit chance or 5 crit damage, it would be 5 crit chance or 10 crit damage. So it's kind of balanced. You can kind of pick between the two. But this is, of course, still showing it in the old way. Then if we kind of look like between that and then the M45, we're losing 10% on the base, basically, or 10% overall on burst, but for 20 more crit chance. The 20 more crit chance is going to overcome it, but also as well, would you really actually try to hit 20 crit chance? Because now you could actually put 15 crit chance on it, or 10, because actually one of the modules on pistol underbarrel is generally 10 crit chance, so you can either go 10 or 20. You might actually go for 10 and then kind of match kind of your main weapon. So for instance, if it's paired with a F2000, because otherwise, of course, if you're over critting, it's not really worth it. So yeah, there's actually some interesting ones. And again, here we have the same thing. So first of all, let's actually discuss headhunter. Let's get that out of the way. 586. The 586 has the highest base now. And because of that, it will actually be the general pick. Headshot is not really per se an issue for it having less mods, because generally as well, pistols have 100 base. So with the watch, they have 100 base. So you will hit that 150 requirement for the increase in Headhunter. But yeah, the 586 is looking to be the highest one. The D50 is getting pushed down. The Diceroses can actually as well be decent choices, especially the normal Diceros where the base is high enough, but then also you can have actually an underbarrel that is 10 headshot. But I would generally as well pick the 586. Also, all of these handle a lot better than D50, so I'm kind of looking forward to it. I'm very much not a fan of the D50, as a lot of people that watch on stream know. So yeah, this 586 is looking to be that role. For general use, though, we're still, of course, going to pick the, even though the card 45 is kind of dropping down way low on the burst there, but as well, here we kind of see that while it is kind of low on the burst table there, the card 45, yeah, there. It's kind of higher on the sustain. This is, again, kind of the team just rolling through all of this. If it's good on burst, it's likely to be a little bit worse on sustain and the other way around. But generally, I feel any of the weapons here, especially once we kind of start getting into the weapons that can have all of the mod slots. So the M45, the X45s here as well, and the custom P45, the card 45, and yeah, actually those kind of all have kind of the maxed out mods, and I think between them, there's like not too big of a gap, because especially if we kind of look at them, we're kind of in this like 4 or 5% of each other, with the 6% for the card. But of course, the card with the TDI card custom, we're doing special things with it where we have that extra skill tier. So that will always have a role anyway, outside of like just its burst or sustain, just for getting that skill tier, for doing hive stuff with it. But personally, I'm gonna generally gravitate, I think, towards the M45s as a general pick. You don't give up. They're kind of midway on the burst. They're kind of midway in the sustain, but they're kind of the highest burster with that, the being the first one with having all of the mod slots available so that you can have the full complement of mods on it. Outside of that, there isn't like not much on the high ends. It's kind of the same as but as well, I would say definitely that, for instance, everything up to the card 45 to the M45 is here kind of pick your poison, because they kind of inverse on this end. Basically, the card 45 is up there, and then it kind of drops down to the M45 here. So any of those, I would definitely say is kind of it's definitely, I feel here again, kind of take your pick. Whichever one kind of takes more of your fancy, it's kind of all fine. They're also, while it is a decent gap between them, especially once we kind of get to outside of the revolvers, the gap actually in burst isn't that big, so you can kind of pick your poison. We go to the exotics here. The exotics actually here are the one place where it doesn't seem very overtuned. Regulars actually did not receive any changes. It is what it was, and it does what it did, and it will continue to do what it do. Liberty, Busy Bee, and Mosquito did get changes just because of their bases getting changed a little bit. Mosquito, of course, is going to become one of those tools that we will, in group play, very much use, the way they're intending it now to be the replacement, basically, for Sledge, to do it with the pistol. That, of course, costs you your exotic slot to make that bonus happen. But I could see a lot of people, or well, a lot of teams especially, running a Mosquito or two, and just, getting by with high-end weapons in the other two slots. Busy Little Bee still also doing what it always kind of did. But I feel actually with Busy Little Bee, with Mosquito getting the changes, I feel what we used to do with Busy Little Bee, or the few places that we would use it, I would now just pick a Mosquito. Although, of course, Busy Little Bee has a much higher cap, and you can do shenanigans with it that you can't do elsewhere. Liberty is still kind of sitting in that kind of just in the middle. It is definitely one that you can kind of use. Now, though, it used to have a higher base than the 50. It is now lower. Now, we would sometimes, some people would use the Liberty as just a headhunting pistol. I wouldn't do that anymore. A 5.86, or well, definitely, of course, the Regulus is the go-to for that. But honestly, as well, a 5.86 now, because keep in mind that the gap is kind of not as big, especially with not as bad of a weapon. Because the D50 felt much worse than the Regulus. But of course, the Regulus is still the king of headhunting. It is way higher than 5.86 still on base. Yeah, let's go to the last one, which is MMRs. Man, this is a lot of talking. We just rambling off. I mean, that's it's a big list. Yeah, let me catch up to some of the chat. Knowledge probably helps with inventory management code. Like you don't have to worry about something crap that might use. We never share your crap. I mean, yeah, that's kind of a thing, but you can learn that. You can kind of like over time, you'll know what to run and what kind of gets used. And as well, like in your stash, it's not doing anything. It needs to be on a character to do something. So just put stuff on there, and also just don't be afraid to refarm stuff. Like I toss a bunch of stuff and I might need to refarm it at some point. I just go and refarm it. It's the game is now so much set up that you can go and just find most things. So outside of like unicorns and super unicorns, you can go find most things like pretty easily. Actually, yeah, let me catch up. As I was recording a segment there, and hey there, Huntrosity. Is this game worth it for solo? Yeah, definitely. A lot of players just only play solo. They just solo it out, and it is pretty much solo friendly. There's also, you have matchmaking, so open matchmaking for just jumping into missions and stuff. And those things are actually kind of like you just group up with people and you don't have to even nobody really talks. You just do the mission and everybody just splits up again. But also everything can be done solo because the scaling actually in this game is done pretty well. So outside of some things which are kind of harder, a lot harder solo, like legendaries. Like you can't do raids, you can't do incursions and stuff. I mean, you can do incursions solo, but like you'll be one of like 5 people that has ever done it. But overall, a lot of people just play solo and just are getting by fine. It is very solo friendly, actually. Yeah, let's go set up for this. Actually, let me get I'm 700 carbon best strips. What? I don't think the M700 carbon is competitive at all. Not when this is the white death. Keep in mind that the white death as well gets more headshot. The white death is going to be the pick again. SR1 is actually going. Although I mean, the thing is, you could still use it, but actually, honestly, here as well, if I wanted to use a weapon with a mag and stuff, I would pick this hunting or the custom M44 because that also has a mag. So it's basically you pick this one if you want kind of like the SR1 gameplay, or you just pick a white death and just have the highest thing again. But yeah, definitely not like M700 carbon is not in there really. Yeah, let's do this segment. And we're moving on to MMRs, and yeah, this list is kind of ordered differently. As you may see here, we're kind of sorting by base. We're not looking at burst and sustained DPSs, even though we do have those charts down here for the weapons that now are auto-firing, because the SVD, the SOCOM, and the G28 and their exotics are all now auto-firing, even though you can with SVD you kind of can if you put a lot of accuracy mods on it. The other two are, the bloom is so wide that full auto fire is impractical unless your build is really set up to have a ton of weapon handling. And once you set up for a ton of weapon handling, you're going to kind of lose effectiveness, of course, of damage. You would need more weapon handling than just hot shot would provide you, basically. And then, of course, for instance, yeah, you still have to deal with them kind of blooming and then kind of pulling up way hard. But let's first look actually on the bases. So the thing that has, of course, changed is they've altered a lot of the base damages and as well a lot of the reloads, and that will actually matter a little bit later on in the exotics, especially. Model 700 is getting pushed down. It is still the top base here. Keep in mind as well that some of the weapons, as they have here, the +5 weapon damage here listed, some weapons have an integral mag, so not a magazine that you can replace. Those are allowed to have that +5 weapon damage mod that we have in that slot. That takes their base up a tiny bit compared to the magazine-based ones where you can, with the detachable magazines. So yeah, that doesn't matter here, and we're including that here as well. That's what that +5 weapon damage means. The Model 700, though, is not far enough ahead of the classic M44 carbine for the White Death, because this, of course, the named version of the classic M44 is the White Death. The White Death has a much higher headshot base. That will overtake this less than 2% difference between them. White Death is generally going to be the pick again. That's going to be the one that I'm going to put on my headhunters. Again, we'll have to go and get White Deaths again. Although I can craft them. Actually, I have the Descent blueprints, but we'll go farming for them because I enjoy the game and I enjoy playing it. The Hunting M44 is right behind it, but of course, yeah, you wouldn't pick the base version of the classic M44, so you wouldn't also pick the Hunting M44. One that is then in the sports spot is the custom M44. This is the first one, though, that does have a detachable magazine. So you do get the magazine reload, and you get to have the 10-round magazine as well with that. So that could now then be what we kind of have the SR1 kind of for, a weapon that is much more easy to use, especially if you're not having, for instance, hotshot reload for you, if you're doing ninja bike things, if you're doing other things which prevent you from having the full hotshot do the reload for you, or you're just bad at shooting, because we're going to go back down to 5 rounds again to hit those 3 in a row. the custom M44 is likely the pick at that point. Then we get a bunch of weapons that I wouldn't basically pick anymore, either the M700 Carbon or Tactical, nor the SRS, nor the SR1 anymore, even though I very much enjoyed the time that SR1 as a top. Overall, I would say that maybe what they should do is put the custom M44, the M700 Carbon, the M700 Tactical, the SRS A1, the SRS Covert, and the SR1 just all on the same base. Just make them all exactly the same base. Then it doesn't really matter for a Headhunter. The other balancing factors that they have is that some of them have a little bit more max size, but then, for instance, the SR1 is a little bit more actually accurate than the rest and stable compared to some of them. And then maybe play around with either their because their reloads here actually as well kind of would be a factor to maybe balance them around. One standout here is this 563 on the SRS. We'll see that again in the Mantis. This is a really high reload for a weapon that has a magazine. And honestly, doing the reload on your character, it looks as if your character is just sleepy and just taking their time to reload that magazine because we're not in a hurry. It just looks odd, almost. Because that can still be used as a, and yeah, honestly, the tactical true rate was kind of at the bottom of the barrel. It still is, even though it is a little bit more, it is a lot more stable. It is a lot more accurate. The loss of damage does not make up for that. Now we have actually as well the three weapons at the bottom here, which are the now as well auto-firing marksman rifles. They have actually been altered a little bit in their positioning. We see that actually, let's go look at them in burst and sustain. And we see that actually the burst king among them, as much as we can talk about that, is basically still the SVD. Now, of course, mag size wise, we have them here as well with either, if it says BM, that is with the big mag, which of course increases the magazine size, which does not affect burst. That's why also all of these weapons, the big mag and the normal one is kind of in the same spot. Because that only affects the sustain, but it is actually quite handy, of course, to increase that max size. But of course, the G28 and the SOCOM go to much higher caps, to 40 instead of that 15 that the SVD does. And then we see that in return then in the sustain, because yeah, well, this is, the SVD can kind of outburst them if we were to use it in that fashion, which we kind of can as well, because Aces as well is, well, I mean, we can apply it to rifles now. I could actually see an SVD plus rifle combo for Aces. But then, yeah, the SVDs drop actually pretty low on the sustain, even though that the 15-round one is still actually competitive with if you don't have an extended mag on the SOCOM. But then once you have an extended mag on the SOCOM, it overtakes it completely, of course. Will we use them in this way? I'm not sure. Well, I'll likely play around a little bit with them and kind of have that go into my thoughts on the PTS video. Now, let's go to the exotics here. Nemesis was not touched at all. It is kind of what it always was. It does, of course, Nemesis things where it has a base that is unmatched and can put out shots that no other weapon really can. The Mantis got the SRS's nerfs, basically, both to base, but also to reload. This is actually the reload that kind of really hurts me a little bit. And that is that, yeah, we have a really long reload on the Mantis now. I would hope actually that this gets reduced by a little bit because, yeah, you only have 7 rounds, you're reloading here and there, and this reload feels much more like an LMG reload. It also kind of looks much more like an LMG reload now than it used to. It's almost killing the Mantis, I feel. But this is still, again, then I hope that they basically did not do the exotics yet, and they're going to give them a full pass on the second phase. Sacrum and Dread Edict, yeah, they're also what they always kind of used to be. They're getting the bases from the other weapons. The Sacrum as well, actually, the G28 push got a reduction in fire rate and went up in base damage. That does help the Sacrum a little bit, but not enough. Neither of these two are just general picks that we do anyway. Dread Edict fits always well with aces, but aces now moving to rifles much more likely than it used to. Kind of is kind of a death knell to it as well. But yeah, that Mantis one is kind of hurts, and this is actually one of the exotics that I would say needs a tune up instead of a tune down, as we had with the other ones. So yeah, let's move on to a conclusion. 126. I mean, it's gonna be long anyway. Max LMG is reload doesn't. I mean, yeah, the MG5 has now way, like, it has almost a fast hands reload just by the just by itself. Well, like a fast hands looking, although it's not full fast hands. Yeah, let's actually do an outro here. And to conclude this, a very long video, yeah, we had to go into a lot of stuff. It's also why I wanted to do this separately and kind of upfront, as that's the data set that I kind of had at the ready. But of course, yeah, the lists, as you saw them a second ago, will be available. They're already out there, of course, as well in the burst and sustain tables, so you can just go find them. This did take a little bit of time to putting together, and but well worth it, because seeing them like this really showed me what the balance that they're going for is. And that is very much that they're putting kind of a mid-tier in there that is very much all-rounders, and then a little bit of bursters that are terrible at sustain, a little bit of sustainers that are bad at burst. Now, of course, sustainers that are bad at burst, we're just generally not going to pick. That division is not that game. But yeah, the bursters that are bad at sustain, we can kind of mitigate that a little bit with fast hands. So we'll generally pick a bunch of those. But also a bunch of weapons are just, yeah, like the mid-tiers where we can just pick them, put whatever talents we want on them. And actually, I feel that is a good balance. The few standouts, although, though, are as we're passing them here, is the Banshee, which, yeah, is kind of lost in the pack, and so very much more so. It's other top tier of current times, the MP7. I would hope that they still tune those up a little bit, and yeah, kind of move those around. But then especially, yeah, the Bullet King and all of the LMG exotics, together with the Chameleon, together with the Bighorn and the Vindicator, are way overtuned. If their intention is to have this, I would not agree with the exotics, because what they're doing is now kind of giving us weapon diversity, very much so. I feel in every category there's several picks that I'm kind of like, yeah, either of these three, instead of, you know, generally just having the one or two. But then they're kind of breaking that with the exotics as they have them at the moment. I'm hoping this is just a phase 1 thing, and that they, in phase 2, actually go in and fix everything a little bit more to be in line with actually their talents, because that's the big deal. While they are somewhat balanced, except the LMGs are overtuned by the exotic LMGs by themselves. The rest of them are kind of only overtuned because it is a lack of consideration for their talent. So I hope they alter those. Otherwise, yeah, we'll be all running Bullet Kings and just a secondary just to support it. But I would hope that, yeah, when they're kind of taking out the Elmo and the Oreo, that they don't replace it with just Chameleons and the Bullet Kings. While some people might say that exotics should be better than high-ends, I would disagree. I feel they should be balanced with the high-ends alongside of them, and they should generally do something special. In a lot of cases, they do. Like, for instance, a thing like a pestilence kind of shifts up your gameplay. Things like Iron Lung fits with certain builds, like ongoing directive, really well. Other exotics, like the Nemesis, can do special things just with the big booms that they have. I would much rather like that than them overall just being the better choice. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you found it informative or helpful in any way, if you can, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. We're gonna, as my next video, we're gonna, of course, likely move on to some more PTS stuff. I'm definitely also gonna do my thoughts on the PTS, but that is likely after the conclusion of the PTS because I have a lot of testing to do, and I've honestly just mostly spent my time with these weapons and just getting this burst and sustain table together for now. Although, of course, I have 2 more days to kind of play around in the PTS. So yeah, well, we'll have that in the future, and of course as well the third part of the improving yourself video. So yeah, I hope you join me for those, and as always, have a good night. That was the outro of that. Although actually as well, I'm kind of I needed to do that in the middle of it. How long is this? Playlist 1 hour 30. I mean, yeah, it is what it is. It was what it be. It do what it did. Yeah, let me take one quick bio break. Let me actually catch up on chat first. I'm gonna take a quick bio break, and then we'll actually going to jump in and actually well, we'll just start somewhere. I might actually want to play the game for like an hour and actually catch up that, like, kind of get a feel for this. Although actually what we have as well, let me see about finding that again. Or is that something else? Is that to I should just look for this Division 2 Twitch. The Division games is this. Oh yeah, actually, yeah. So I'll likely do that. Right. Yeah, go away. No, stop. Pause. I push button. Why you know why you know work? Stop it. Damn it. Trying to find a video of the special report. Wait, that's not the one. That's broadcast 3 days ago. There we go. Okay, pause. Yeah, I kind of want to watch that video. Actually, I haven't watched it in a yet. So, but first, I'm gonna take a quick bio, and then we'll be back with that. So I'll be right back. Okay. Where were we? Well, actually, splashed my face a little. Okay, this is actually kind of humid-y, annoyingly. Yeah. I'm gonna guess you guys have already watched these, but I haven't yet. I know if you guys are up for watching it together. I'm hoping it's not, because this is an hour and a bit. Is it just okay, so it's like an hour in total. Is there speed things here? Oh, yeah. Let's put it at 125. That shouldn't be too distracting. Because I haven't seen this yet. So if you guys are up for it, we'll go and watch it together and see.
Hello everyone, and welcome to PTS livestream. My name is Daria, I'm community developer for Division 2, and today with me, our usual guest, Yannick.
Hello.
Let me actually, here, I'm gonna scroll a little bit further and see if they turn themselves up, because they're actually very soft.
Available for players.
No, they don't. So, yeah, I guess I'll just turn up this. Yeah.
And welcome to BTS livestream. My name is Daria, I'm community developer for Division 2, and today with me, our usual guest, Yannick, creative director on Division 2. And as you can see by the background and the way we're sitting, we're actually in a very tight space here. And there is a green screen behind us, and poor George is holding it, so it's not going to be a long stream probably, because, I mean, we can't count on George to hold it for more than 1 hour, obviously.
It's a very small green screen.
Yeah, so that's why we're so cramped here. But why are we here today? That's the main question. And the answer is very simple, because tomorrow we start PTS for 222 for year 6 season 2, and yay! And today we want to show you a few new features that are going to be on the PTS and also later available with the seasonal release, and basically walk you through some of them. We'll be having a live Q&A in the end of the live stream, so if you have any questions, our community managers will be happy to collect them for me and Yannick to answer later. And of course, if you have any questions that are going to pop up during the live stream, if you're curious about some certain features that we're going to show today, you're also welcome to leave all your questions.
Now they've turned their volume on.
And one important thing, like the reason why we have the green screen and we're not sitting in our usual podcast room is because we actually going to be showing you the gameplay build. And that's the reason why Yannick is here. Oh, there are two of them.
This actually feels like all days to be like sitting in front of a PC and doing live gameplay. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
exciting.
Oh, there are two of them. They're the same picture. So, okay, we'll start with Seasonal Journey, one of the new features.
Yeah. So let's be into it. So this is actually the PTS build. So that's the one that's going to be made available to all players. So yeah, we thought it's just going to be easier to just show you. Instead of just sitting in a nice room and just looking at cards and talking about stuff, let's just show it how it is in game. So this is your first exclusive early preview of the PTS build. You'll notice a first difference here. We've actually changed a bit the camera angle on the character selection screen because we thought it just looks a bit better. Yep. But yeah, let's get into the game. Fingers crossed that live gameplay is going to work, because it's always a risk.
I mean, that's
it was working earlier.
PTS build for you, right? So anything goes.
Yeah. And as usual, of course, this is PTS, so everything you see here is subject to change. Some elements are still work in progress.
Set the thing.
So if this is different when the update actually goes live, don't be surprised. As you know, PTS is always still a bit of a work in progress build. So what should we start with? So
Seasonal Journey, new progression system.
Yes. So as you know, with this update, we are changing seasons, and the idea is to kind of try to change a bit the mix and to create a bit of a different experience with the season, and try to have the ingredients so that with every season we can offer something that is a bit different and a bit fresh, as opposed to today where every season eventually becomes a bit repetitive. So we have a few systems, a few new things we want to show you here in terms of what that means. And the first one is the seasonal journey. So what you will notice is when you go into the season screen now, this is actually quite different now. There's 4 tabs you will see up there. We have the season pass, the journey, priority objectives, and the events timeline. On the PTS, you will just have access to journey and priority objectives. The other 2 are blocked. But so the journey in itself, what this is this is a new way to progress into excuse me, into the season. So instead of progressing your season and your season pass by just gaining XP, by doing whatever and trying to find the most optimized way to gain XP, you will now have a journey that is a series of missions, each one of them made of a bunch of objectives. So the idea here is to help and guide you a bit more through the season progression by giving you increasingly harder and more time-consuming objectives. And this is your main way, at the beginning of the season at least, to gain season progression. So you will see that on each of those journeys or each of those missions, we give you some rewards. So that can be materials, that can be XP, that can be a bunch of things. Of course, the season pass XP here, and you also get, so this is the reward here. I hope people actually see my pointer. Yes, this is the reward here for completing that whole mission. This is here, what you see here is just the details and the rewards for each one of those objectives. So each objective you complete gives you a reward, and then when you complete the whole mission, you will get a bigger pack of rewards. And as you complete the mission, then you unlock the next one, and the next one, and so on and so forth. These are not timed or time gated, so you can do all of them at once when the season starts, depending on which pace you wanna have in your progression. And one thing that's important to note is that you actually have 8 objectives here, but you only need to complete 6 to complete that mission and unlock the next one. So the idea is to give you a bit of choice. If there is one objective you really don't want to do, you can skip that one because you have enough options to actually still complete that mission and move on to the next one. So as I said, you gain reward for doing those missions. And so there are 7 missions in this season. And starting from the 4th mission, you're going to see something here, which is the Isaac mod unlock. And as you know, and we'll show that a bit after, one of the big changes with this new season formula is that we are going to have seasonal modifiers now that are going to be altering the way you play and give you new build opportunities. So the seasonal journey is going to be one way for you to unlock some of those modifiers. The ones that we call active modifiers are going to be unlocked through that journey. So you unlock one here, one on the next mission, and another one on the mission number 6. And then you have a final mission for extra rewards. So this is where you're going to be unlocking the active modifiers. And
so
that's
bunch
really,
of exotic caches.
the main way of gaining season progression in the
5 exotic components.
moments.
I can get behind that.
Once you have maxed out that season journey, you can actually move on to the next system, which is this one, priority objectives. Priority objectives are unlocked directly, just to be clear, so you can do that alongside your seasonal journey, but those keep going even after you've completed your seasonal journey. And the idea with the priority objectives is that this is a pool of, you see, 3 assignments, and you get a limited amount of information when you get to pick one. So you have to see, depending on how much time you want to invest into it, what kind of rewards are you after, and where do these take place. So you see this one is, that it's going to be a stronghold in Washington, D.C. You don't know which stronghold, but you know that's going to take some time, but you're going to get some XP. Of course, the XP is going to scale depending on how long the activity actually takes. This one is a mission in Washington, D.C. as well, or open world activities. So there's a bunch of different things. All of that is going to be picked at random every time you do one. So you never really know what you're going to get. But yeah, this is a great way for you to unlock rewards. These also provide season progression and season pass XP. So that's another way for you to gain that progression and a way to continue gaining progression once you've maxed out your season journey.
One thing I want to mention that we only have Washington DC here, but it would be possible to get objectives that are set in New York, and even once we get the new DLC, it's also going to become a part of the selection.
Yes. Yeah, so you can.
So actually, looking at this system, this kind of looks cool. Just somewhat because it's continuous as well, and just giving us something to do. So actually, yeah, to answer Mike there, yeah, I'm actually I'm on PTS at the moment. I mean, this just actually looking in the game at the same screens that they have up there. But I haven't played much of the PTS yet. I've just been I've been in this hell. I've been in this making the burst and sustain table stuff. So that's also why I'm watching this video now. Also, yeah, I hope you guys are okay with. I've put it on 1.5 times speed just to go a little faster. But yeah, I've been in this spreadsheet hell. But we've turned that already into like a video and stuff, as well, as that was mostly the interesting, very much a big part of the interesting thing to me. But yeah, I haven't actually really looked at the gameplay things. I haven't actually played. I haven't been outside of the White House. I've shot a few shots at the range. So I'm gonna watch this, and then we're gonna actually go play a little bit, because I haven't actually as well played in a few days. You can get objectives
in different maps. Of course, you always have alternatives. So you can get an objective in New York even if you don't own the Worlds of New York DLC, but that's okay because you will always have the other 2 that are going to be in Washington DC. So the aim is that you will always have options available. But if you own the expansion Worlds of New York and later on with Brooklyn, you will be able to use those as alternatives. So the idea is to make you explore and use the whole content that is available to you.
But these are personal, right?
One thing that you will notice on this, which is actually random, so good. It was not intended, but it is.
So in group setting,
this one, the middle one, and the reward here is a modifier. So as I said, the active modifiers you will unlock by doing the season journey. But then we have something that we call the passive modifiers. And again, I will explain what that is. Those you unlock through priority objectives. So you will need to do both to unlock all of the modifiers that are available to you. So when you see one of those here that is highlighted, you know that if I complete this priority objectives, I will be rewarded with a modifier. So you can go ahead and pick it up, basically. And once you've picked it up, we reveal what the objective is. And now you know what reward you're actually going to get. You know which modifier you're going to get. There's no duplicates. So of course, if you already have a modifier, we're not going to give you the same modifier again. So there's a predictable amount of priority objectives you need to do until you unlocked all of them. So then you can just basically go ahead and complete that mission, and you will get, on top of all the normal rewards of that mission, you will also get that modifier. You can of course combine. So if that mission would actually also be, you know, a target in a priority objective, you can optimize and potentially, or target in a season journey, you can actually optimize and combine assignments together to progress even faster.
And once the priority objective is selected, you cannot actually re-roll it or go back and choose another one, so you will have to complete this one to be given a chance to select a new one afterwards.
Yeah. So you need to think about your decision.
Oh, wow.
The good thing is when
I'm gonna stop him there for a second. Actually, I was looking in the game, so I have one from one of my ones. I have exotic item. That is actually like, yeah, fuck yeah, kind of liking this system already. Oh yeah, let's go back to them.
You have before you make a decision. If you don't like any of the three, you have the opportunity to reroll, and this is shown here underneath. So you can have up to 3 rerolls, and you gain rerolls by completing priority objectives. So you need to complete a few of them, and then you gain opportunities to do a reroll if you don't like any of the options. So there is a chance for you to change in case all 3 of them are not interesting to you.
Yeah, and rerolls would also give an opportunity to choose a different reward. And since you already mentioned that modifiers are quite rare compared to other rewards that you can get, there is actually not a big chance that you might end up with a modifier. But then again, you will be able to choose between XP, seasonal XP, credits, crafting materials. There are actually 9 types of them, and exotics.
Yep. So then, modifiers. Should we look at that?
Yes.
Because that's actually one big part. So we wanted to talk about progression, but one big key aspect of those...
Or if we can get back to the journey super quickly, the one thing I wanted to mention is that you already showed, and you can see it on the screen, that there are 7 journey missions, and they going to be unlocked depending on your level within the game. So of course the first one will be available to everyone starting from level 1, the second one from level 10, the third one from level 30, and then starting from the fourth one and onward, it's only going to be available for players with level 40. And same for the modifiers; they only available for level 40 players.
I'm having an eye on chat in the same time, so is it okay if I just pick some questions when I see them? I see Hanaku, is that how you say the name? I don't know. Asking, the journey seems really short. It doesn't seem to last the entire season. If it lasts 3-4 months, and it seems that player can one-shot rush through them all under 1 week. If that's the case, do you get new journeys or extended stuff, or that is all? No, so the idea is the journey is, it's still going to take some time to complete, but this is supposed to be the initial steps. So you're going to be, because that's how you unlock the modifiers, and we want you to get the active modifiers, not all the way towards the end of the season. We want you to be able to control how fast you get them. So you're going to, if you're a very active player and one that progresses fast, you should be able to complete the journey fairly fast. We will see how long, and that's all going to be subject to balancing and PTS feedback, so please do tell us. And once you've completed that, then that's usually where the priority objectives become even more relevant. As I said, you can do priority objectives alongside your journey, but even when you completed your journey, the priority objectives and all the other activities in the game remain available. So then you can always use that to keep progressing if you haven't maxed out your season pass at this point and unlocked all the rewards. But yes, it is intended that the season journey does not take the whole 3 or 4 months of a season to complete.
And there was also another question regarding seasonal characters and Seasons 2.0, an initial question like, what about Seasons 2.0? Actually, the features that we're showing today, almost all of them were initial part of Seasons 2.0. So except for seasonal characters that, we decided to remove them because of the feedback that we received on the announcement, everything else that you're going to see here is what Seasons 2.0 were supposed to be. It's just we are not necessarily calling it that way anymore, but it's still pretty much what was in the initial package.
Yeah. The original proposition was still meant to work at level 40. So there are some adjustments following the change of removing seasonal characters, but overall, this is still close to the vision we had in mind, and you can experience it from level 1. It's just now it's your choice if you want to. Okay, cool. So modifiers, and I see some questions in chat in terms of modifiers. So modifiers, you're actually going to find them in your inventory, and you will see that we put that here. So you see now you actually have access to your Isaac brick, and that's going to be where the modifiers sit now moving forward. So when you go in there, you're going to see a whole new screen. which is the season modifier. And so the season modifier is made of 4 things. One, there is the global modifier. And that global modifier is the one you see here. And that global modifier applies throughout the entire content. So when the season is active, the global modifier applies. You can deactivate it if you want. If you really don't like it, or for specific cases, if you want to deactivate it, you can. But as soon as it's activated, this one applies all the time. And this is a straight out bonus for you as a player. So this season, the global modifier is called point blank. And this is one that is working with range. So what we're doing is we're dividing range into 3 zones: blue zone, yellow zone, and red zone. And the further away the enemies are, so the longest or the further zone they are, the higher the damage bonus. So you'll see in short range in blue zone you will have 1.2 times. That's an interesting wording. 1.2 times damage. Medium range, so 20%, 35%, 50% damage bonus, depending on which zone there is. So it's a pretty simple, straightforward bonus. But then, of course, it becomes more intricate because we have more modifiers. As I said, so this is the one that applies all the time. Then we have the second type of modifier, which is the active modifier. And this is where we start giving you choice. So these active modifiers are the ones you're going to unlock through the season journey. And these ones are basically an ultimate ability that you can select. So you have to pick one of those 3. And when you trigger that ultimate ability, it will change the way the global modifier behaves.
How do you trigger
so
it?
For example,
I still don't know this.
I'm trying to think which one. This one is the most obvious one, called reversal. When you trigger this one, you swap the bonus ranges. So suddenly, the closer the enemies are, the more damage you do to them. So then it's up to you to actually create builds around that and to see how to make the best use out of that. So you have 3 of them that behave in different ways. So you can also swap them depending on the situation or what type of content you're going to be doing. The idea is that as you progress through the season and when you've done the whole seasonal journey and enough priority objectives, you will have unlocked all the modifiers. So you get access to the entire kind of toolbox with all the options available. So then you can mix and match them depending with your build, depending on the situations and what you want to do with it. And just to be clear, this whole thing, this whole package of seasonal modifier, this will change with every season. So what you see here, this is what will apply in the next season, in season 2. The season after that, this is going to be a whole different proposition. So this is how we're going to try to bring, fresh experiences with every season, with different types of bonuses, and even sometimes maybe things that are not just stat-based, but different type of modifiers and different type of experiences.
So the one thing I would hope is that, because if one of these global modifiers is actually like enjoyable, because also, yeah, this is basically just a global event that is active for the whole thing. Maybe in the future though, like bring some of them back. Yeah, let's.
The third type of modifier is the passive modifier, so that's down there, and those are basically modifiers that change what happens in a range when you have them equipped. Those are not on trigger; they're usually always active. Some of them have trigger conditions, but it's not a button I'm going to press. It's just a bit like a talent. If I do a headshot, this thing happens or whatever. And they're divided in short range, medium range, long range, and some of them are multi-zone. So short range means those modifiers only apply to enemies that are in short range. Those only apply to enemies in medium range and long range. And multi-zones are the ones that apply on all range or that have multi-zone conditions. So I'm not going to go through all of them because it's quite intricate and you know how we are. Sometimes some of those descriptions can be a bit long, so it's going to be up to you to actually figure it out. But once again, you can pick 3 of them, up to 3 of them. So then it's about you combining things with the global modifier, the active modifier you want to use, and the passive modifiers, and the active modifier, when you trigger it, might interact with the passive as well. For example, we have one active modifier that is this one, the active modifier prime time. When you trigger it, all the passive modifiers that are called minor modifier here, but they're going to be called passive modifier eventually, become effective in the medium range. So what that means is that even if you pick some short range or long range ones here, when you trigger your active modifier, they will apply in the medium range. So once again, it's really up to you to theory craft all of this and try to figure out what works best for your playstyle. And then the final type of modifier, that's the one that allows the world to react to you, because all we're doing here is giving you power. We're just making you stronger with all of those modifiers, because pretty much some of them have a bit of a risk reward, or a bit of a price to pay. For example, there's one, I don't remember which one it is. Trying to find. Yeah, this one, for example, headshot damage is increased by 150%, but body shots did greatly reduce damage at long range. So this one, for example, you see there is a penalty for using it, but therefore a reward as well. But otherwise, usually they're all pretty much bonuses. So the way we actually make sure that the game still remains challenging and interesting is that we have the final type, which is the one here, which is called the hostile modifiers. And those you do not choose. Those are unlocked from the beginning. And they will unlock as you progress through the season. But these are modifiers that are going to be applied to the NPCs. So these are new abilities that the NPCs will unlock as you progress through the season, and they will basically present a new challenge. So they are also based on range, but this gives NPCs extra abilities or extra bonuses depending on the archetype and on the range that they're in. So this is our way of adding extra challenges that are based on the way the modifier functions to not just make it easier for you, but actually present new types of challenges. And so when you're going to be replaying missions that you've played a million times, saying the same fire teams spawning as usual, those modifiers are going to be a way to rethink the way you're going to be picking up bad fights, because the way you used to beat them might not work anymore based on those modifiers.
Would you say that it's akin to enemies having talents equipped?
Yeah, kind of, because each modifier is a bit like a talent, so yeah, it is a bit like that. And for some reason, the description does not show here. It's not that we want to hide it. I'm not sure why it doesn't show, but
it's the PTS build.
It's the PTS build. But yeah, hopefully tomorrow you will be able to see them. Otherwise, I'm sure we'll have a description available.
Yeah, and also you will be able to see in the open world the enemies that have the active modifier applied to them, because you're going to have an icon on top of the enemy, and not all the enemies that you're going to meet in the open world will have modifiers. Some of them, yes, but not all of them.
One thing, because I see that being discussed in chat, no, the modifiers will not apply in PvP, just to be clear, because obviously this would break things to a degree that is not what we want to do.
Not in PvP and not in Descent.
And not in Descent, yes. I also saw someone here, just to confirm,
Very
asking,
funny.
I didn't catch your name, sorry, asking if to confirm that this is available on your main character. Yes, there are, as we said, there are no seasonal characters anymore. So the day this becomes available, you log in with your main character, all of this is available to your main character. You don't have to level a new one.
And also another thing that I would mention, that some of the modifiers, they are mutually exclusive with global events, so you will have to choose if you want to play with the global event settings or if you want to play with the modifiers. You cannot have both at the same time.
Yes, because combining them would break the game in ways that we're not comfortable with. So for now, when a global event will be active, you will need to choose if you want to play with the global event or play with your seasonal
Break
modifier.
the game, but only if we're comfortable.
What was the next thing?
We need to talk about scouts as well.
Oh, yeah, manhunts. Okay. So the last element in here that we want to talk about is the manhunts. And we have also changed and streamlined a bit the way the manhunts worked. So you're still going to go in the same place, but the manhunt screen has changed. So where we used to have 4 targets unlocking a prime target, and each target was unlocked every month with a set of activities, now we've changed that to an actual weekly cadence. So instead of 4 targets and 1 prime target, we no longer have 4 targets. Now you're going to have what we call scouts. And scouts is a series of assignments that you're going to have to do. We have 14 of them, so that's basically going to take you throughout a big part of the season. So each scout is going to unlock every week. So those will unlock on a weekly cadence. If you haven't done the one from last week, don't worry. If you log in, you will be able to do it as well. You will actually have to do it before you unlock the one of this week. But you can catch up all the way to the end of the season. And those scouts are, as I said, weekly activities. They have a series of assignments that are assignments that you actually need to decipher. So we are not going to tell you directly, go do that thing. We're going to give you, at least in this season, we're going to give you a small riddle, and you need to solve that riddle to understand what needs to be done. So for example, here,
Taxi Graveyard,
you have to go to Foggy Bottom, which is the name zone Foggy Bottom, and then something about taxis. So you need to figure out what activity is there in Foggy Bottom that is related to taxis. Once you do that, you unlock that activity, you get the next one, or you completed that activity, you get the next one, and then the next one. And once you've completed those 3 activities, you unlock the rewards of that scout. And of course, one of the main rewards of that scout is going to be some XP and small things, but the main reward of that scout is going to be the voiceover collectible of the week. And then you unlock the ability to do the next scout if it is already unlocked by the season schedule. As we said, they unlock every week.
Yeah, and scouts are all available on level 40, and you can play together with your friends if you want to complete the scouts, but it's important to mention that only the group leader will get the main rewards for the scout.
Yeah. And then, of course, as you do all 14 scouts, then at the end of the season,
Have to break
we're going
up
to unlock the
after.
climax mission, as usual. So we're going to take over a space and turn it into a climax. But then the change this with the new seasons is that, and this is not going to be in PTS, by the way. And scouts, we're going to have a few, I think, in the PTS.
Yes.
So we're going to have the first few scouts of next season. That's the first time we do that in PTS. So a few story spoilers, but hopefully nothing too drastic. We're not going to let you play all the scouts of the season in PTS. So you're not going to get the whole story spoiled. But the beginning of the story, yes. So if you don't want any spoilers before the season starts, either do not go to PTS or go to PTS, but don't play the scouts, because the story will be at least partially available, not even in necessarily a comprehensive way, because you see here we still have Aaron Kinner as a target, which is not our season 2 target. So what we have on the PTS is a bit of mismatch of different things. But as I said, once you've completed the scouts,
Kinner is still my target.
Important to note, yes, you will need to do all 14 scouts to unlock the climax mission. So if you show up late when the climax mission unlocks, you will have to catch up and unlock the scouts the same way that it was today with the targets. And then you can unlock the master climax. And the idea with the master climax is that this is a new difficulty that is going to be available only on the climax mission. And this difficulty is here to challenge you and to show, or to kind of test if you have mastered the season and mastered the modifiers. So it's going to be tougher NPCs in general, and also tougher mechanics, and challenges based, or hopefully utilizing the modifier as well. So it's really going to be about using everything that we've given you this season to be able to beat it. When we talk about difficulty, I don't necessarily want to compare it to any other type of content, because we will still need to balance that properly. But it is harder than heroic for sure. This is really meant to be a real tough challenge for everyone.
We'll see
You
then.
mentioned that it's not going to be a part of the PTS.
That's not going to be on PTS,
Yes.
no.
And Do you want to show the gameplay? Because otherwise it's pretty much... it.
Yeah, probably for the modifier anyway.
Yeah, answer a few questions as
I
well.
was thinking maybe I can try to do the... I can try to do that priority.
Sounds like incursion.
Because when we can unlock
Although it's
a
soloable,
modifier
so...
only. So that one was
Oh, no.
the Lincoln
at
Memorial main mission. Jumping
Sounded
to the
like
screen.
it,
And I'm going to have to find that one. And it's going to be embarrassing because, yeah, okay, I got it. I was like, where's Lincoln Memorial? I'm going to embarrass myself in front of everyone not finding it on the map.
Yeah.
Because after all, I'm only shade level 512, which is noob level for a lot of people in this chat. I'm going to play in challenging, pardon me, but I don't want to.
Yeah.
So you will see, and this is the modifiers in
What
action.
is he
or
running?
Modifier in action. You will see when I aim at an
Where's
NPC.
the
Next to
super
one
actual
crosshair,
reality
you now
climax,
see
yeah.
the 3 ranges. So you see this character, or this NPC is in the blue range right now. So I'm gonna get the blue range bonus, damage bonus.
Hope we get that
This is there.
that humongous,
hostile
you know,
modifiers. This is the icon that
bat
shows. So this is to tell me
from
what kind
Saints Row
of
as well, I think.
abilities do they have.
Those who know know.
And yeah, and so you can see directly from your crosshair. You can see what range they're in.
Okay.
And who's behind you?
Anyway, yeah, this.
So you see this one has the hostile modifier for the
Someone one
basically,
time-
making them
They're gonna sound very
they get
drunk.
reduced damage if you're shooting them from the wrong range. So you need to get to the
that's-
right range, and then you will be able to deal increased damage to them. The implementation of the hostile modifiers icons is not final, so so bear with us on that. Hopefully it's still good enough for you to be able to give us some feedback.
What? I mean, he's running strikers, but it's not really hitting even like the strikers that is in here. I'm gonna watch it on the bigger.
Well, I will just answer a few questions in the chat. So, are global modifiers replacing global events, or are they still going to have them? As I mentioned, we're still going to have both, but you will need to choose which one you want to play with. So it's either going to be a modifier or a global event. How new modifiers going to affect XP gains with the system?
They don't.
It's just basically an extra.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like directives or something where the modifiers will influence the XP or the rewards or anything. They're just, I mean, the hostile modifiers are just basically applied to the content, and this is a compensation for the extra power we're giving you with the global modifier.
How many modifiers we gonna have per season? So season modifiers are gonna be unique to season. You're gonna have the one main one, and also 3 active modifiers. I'm not entirely sure if the enemy modifiers, so passive modifiers, are gonna be seasonal exclusive.
They will change every season. So in this season you have 12 passive modifiers and 4 enemy modifiers, and 3 active modifiers. This value will likely change from season to season, depending on how the modifiers behave.
Are the modifiers active in open world missions only, or also in game modes like Descent? So they will be active pretty much everywhere except for PvP and Descent.
Wait, Panda?
Do you remember any other?
Sorry, you're gonna have to repeat that.
The modifiers, where they're supposed to be active. Everywhere apart from PvP and
Everywhere
Descent.
except PvP and Descent, yeah.
So Countdown is
And
gonna have
open
this?
world includes Washington, New York, so all other maps.
I think because global events generally don't apply to.
Can
Gonna
we
get
turn
applied.
off modifiers?
Yes.
Yes.
If you really don't like them, or
This is
for some
better.
reason they're actually not to your advantage, you can turn them off.
Does it show its build at any point?
Do we need to complete an all objective to complete the journey, or can we skip a few if we don't
Because
like
it's
them?
not a ninja bike striker,
So
but almost
basically,
like, hits
every
like one.
journey that contains 8 objectives. You
Oh,
can
no,
complete
it's sitting
only
okay.
6 of them and still collect the big reward for the mission journey. And 2, there are 2 extra ones. I mean, if you want to complete them, you can definitely do that to get the rewards that are specific to the smaller objective. But otherwise, you are given a choice.
Got the
which
double heavy.
6 of 8 you want to be completing at the moment.
That's not gonna work from here. Yeah, I made it.
And yeah, indeed. Yannick is all in. I'm kind of actually with him. I'm not even listening to Daria. I'm just looking at his gameplay.
I'm listening to you at the same time. I'm like, oh my god, what am I doing?
Yeah, this is why you have someone else play, and then 2 people kind of explain what's happening. Like when you do.
Yes, this is.
You know how they do presentations on
the thing
stage and
is,
stuff?
You cannot really skip them in the on the grand scale of things. You still need to complete each journey to be able to move to the next one. And this is the same thing with the scouts. Like they need to be unlocked one by one, and you cannot move to the next scout or to the next mission journey unless the one that you're on is completed. And another thing is that even if you start
it seems to be.
season, like not
Oh yeah, it might be
from
just
the
Striker.
get-go,
Yeah.
you still
That definitely
will
has
be able
Coyote, but it has
to
Coyote
go
buff
through all
and
the
Striker.
previous scouts that were
That's the
available
credit.
with the upon the
Well,
release.
It's not hard. It's challenge.
I see somebody
Without
picking up on the
directives.
61
Although it is with the
Sentinel,
new like
Sentinel,
mechanics and stuff. So
yes, that's a good point.
he has enemies with
that's
some
big,
thingies.
one big thing with this season, we've basically rebalanced every single item in the game. So
you
I'm not
haven't.
gonna go through that here. This will be in the
Weapons,
patch
yeah.
notes, because basically almost
Gear
every
has.
item in the game has been rebalanced. So some of them, of course, buffed. A few nerfs here and there for the outliers. So this is what you will see here with the Sentinel. That's one of the ones that's been impacted with.
I was curious if they were going to use the word
reduction of,
nerf.
max size to 60.
And to echo that, all the rebalance values are going to be in the patch notes for weapons, for gear, for talents, with the comparison to the current values that we have in the game right now. So feel free to do the comparison. Let us know what you think about it. And
rest.
patch notes are going to be dropping tonight after the live stream. I think maybe within an hour or 2 once we're done with streaming, and preload.
I mean, it's
should
at
be
least not a
available,
ninja bike
tonight as well.
striker. Whereas a ninja bike, you can't transmog
And
it,
as
so you
usual,
can't hide it.
Because I already see people, asking for no nerfs. This is a PTS. The patch notes are a proposition. So before screaming about the unfairness of nerfs, please read the patch notes. Please, if you can, test it in a PTS and then give us feedback. Everything can always change, but we need the feedback for that. So we need your help to try things out. And if you think that some of the changes are too drastic or are really,
Guys, it's
ruining
getting
items,
roasted.
just,
I mean, yeah.
just let us know.
I mean, yeah, it's always like
Because
I remember
another thing is
my
that
first time
that's the first BTS.
like
phase.
showing
There's
any
gonna
of
be
my
another
gameplay. I
one,
was
so
like super nervous about it.
I'm not entirely sure if we would be able to change things drastically.
Because it doesn't need to be a good gamer. Like, at least
still getting
he's
that
getting
feedback
shit done.
is crucial for how
It's not
gonna be
perfect. It's
implemented.
unchallenging and stuff, but
You can always do balancing changes.
okay, you get also an outline effect on the enemies. That actually will make it a lot easier to.
Will the climax mission be available during PTS? No. Mostly because you won't have enough time to complete all the scouts, and it's one of the
Spoilers.
things that will give too many spoilers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't wanna spoil the whole thing.
How seasonal story missions will tie to the main story?
So I'm
Like
sure-
the
Yeah.
scouts.
Yeah, there is.
I mean, that's the question.
Yeah,
But I guess it's.
Yeah, I'm
it's-
curious
it's-
as well what he has, like, as,
should
like,
not
you know,
be
the high
very
end.
different from.
Because it's definitely
other
4P
regular
striker
manhunts
with-
in the same way that the story has
Coyote.
been released through manhunts, since we'll just continue doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, and it is a continuation of the story that we've told in season 1, and it's gonna be. I mean, the
okay,
same
yeah, that
story
could be.
and
Yeah.
delivered in similar ways.
I don't
Just
see him
instead of
doing
having
that,
monthly
like,
targets,
just-
and then you get like 4 or 5 collectibles in that target. You will get 1 collectible every week.
Also, he has Coyote, so he has no ninja.
Blackouts. So it's just a pacing change more than an actual drastic change in terms of story.
He's missing all the
Is
loot
there
boxes.
no longer
I don't think he's
seasonal
gonna go for
track?
those
No,
now.
seasonal track
I mean, even
means,
me on PTS, I'm not gonna
I think
go.
I saw another question
All the
about
boxes.
paid and free tracks. That going to remain.
It's actually there's a bit of a change here, just to be fully transparent. Is that now there is 1 track, and some items on this track are free, and some of them require the premium pass or the season pass.
The range there.
So,
Yeah, that seems actually well made. I didn't notice that was an outline as well.
Even if
That makes it
when you
actually
look at the
pretty well made.
because I know people will compare the free track compared to previous seasons. So there's going to be less free items when you look at that track, but therefore we have new systems in the season that give you rewards as well. So just think of it holistically, okay? When you're looking at comparing rewards, think of all the season journey, the priority objectives, the scouts, all those new systems that are here that are giving you rewards on top of the
I'm just
the
gonna.
season track.
Oh, that's one second. I see this point like come up a bunch because you know you're going there. They need to stop updating and doing updates to the game and fix all the problems they already have is in the game. So you can't. First of all, you're like putting it out wrong because they like any change they do is an update. So how can they not update and also update? That's what you're asking. Secondly, no. I'm much more in preference for what they're doing now, trying to balance the game. I don't think they're hitting it yet. Definitely not. Like they need to be a little bit better, but that's what the PTS is for. We need to give their feedback. Hopefully they themselves also kind of catch like outliers again and just refine it a little bit. That'll be much better for the game than just fix all the problems with the game. Most of the things, I'm willing to bet that the things that you think that are a problem, half of them I wouldn't agree with that there are problems. And half the things that I think are a problem, you likely won't agree with. We aren't a hive mind. Like, because if you're thinking of like, honestly, the few, as far as things that are truly like been broken for forever and they kind of need to be fixed is like fragile armor. You know, still there is a little bit of crashing, the crashes of Kantan. Like how short is that list nowadays? Compare that to so many other games that are like dying because of some of their issues that they have. Honestly, Division does not have as many issues as a lot of people think it has or feel they have. Now, a lot of people have a lot of gripes with it, but most of them as well. Half of the other community wouldn't agree with them. Like they believe that they're in the right instead of actually being in the right. Like we as a community are not a hive mind. Like because for instance as well, people were like give more stash space and stuff. I'm not even like really in favor of that. I feel that's actually a bad choice design wise, just because once you have a stash that is like let's say 500 items, going through that is actually going to take you so much time. That will actually make some people quit at that point of just having to actually clean that up. Like having a mansion is nice, having to clean it is not. But yeah, I disagree completely with that sentiment of like they need to just fix stuff. They are. That's what some of this is as well, because the balance was. I mean, we're not in a horrible balance. We still had, you know, we're not all playing the exact same build. Some games end up that way, like a lot of games. But then the thing is, usually it's with classes. So usually within a class, you have basically one build that works, nothing else. Division, if nothing else, has a bunch of builds that definitely worked well and are kind of at the top. You know, like Eclipses, even PFEs, you know, FIs are needed. But Striker was definitely there at the top of red DPSers, red builds. It still is. That hasn't even changed. So, yeah. It's another thing. been playing the wrong way. I mean, he's not looting on PTS. I wouldn't loot on PTS either. It's fine. Just they're back. Yeah, we'll have to actually see. I'm looking forward to seeing the build in a second. Hopefully, it'll like be in the escape menu for a second. So stacks of strikers is empty. Well, it's also challenging. That actually, so one of the things is if you've actually ran hard missions or stuff on strikers, you basically get any stacks, everything dies too fast. Like he's having actually that issue more so because yeah, he's on challenging, but also fine for a stream. Balance the weapon gear. Yeah. Actually, yeah, let's continue on this.
Will modifiers be active in raids and incursion? From what I know, yes.
2 years now. Yeah, that one is actually on the Trello board. It wasn't for a long time, but it's on the Trello board. So hopefully. Well, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that is broken, but honestly, not to the degree as some games have it. That also in much worse ways.
We're not doing that. That being said, we're looking at what we can do with that extra.
Sorry, oh, pickers, really? Okay.
So maybe in the future there might be changes in that direction. But
oh yeah, I must have missed that. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I was in the menus a bit. So.
I also saw a question. I cannot really read it right
now.
Yeah,
pickers is pretty bad.
The chat is going so fast. But basically, sorry, kind of lost it completely. So, people asking if it's gonna be possible to purchase the old seasons.
This was the hostile modifier killing me. Just a side note here. This hostile modifier, I forgot the name, is one that reflects the damage I'm dealing to the NPC if I'm shooting them from the wrong range. And of course, time for me to compute. I realized too late and I killed myself. Sorry.
Oh, actually, that's a cool mechanic.
That's fine. That's totally fine.
Because I was kind of wondering how they're going to force some of those mechanics, because we'll just brute force through them. Like Headhunter will just go through any of them. Who cares? But yeah, if it reflects the damage, especially with Determined Headhunter, that would actually be kind of cool. Let me get you up to some of this as well before we kind of continue on. Wait, what? Maybe one item every day I play for the last like 2 days of everything gets crushed. Oh yeah, you can just always because of PvP. I wouldn't say so. It was also on the PvE, and most of these changes are not actually like that much. I feel PvP facing. They're mostly PvE facing. Bigger is one that I'm like, you gotta. The 15 or the 5, like, either way is kind of fine. I think especially Cheska going down, that's kind of the reason it's going to 5. Because it was, of course, for some builds, kind of competitive to, like, crit damage bonuses and stuff like that. I think it's much more because of that. And maybe somewhat for the capacitor, but actually for the capacitor, I would just say like they should just balance the capacitor correctly. Because all of the exotics, as I'll also put out in the video we kind of recorded earlier, all of the exotics are kind of overtuned, and the capacitor is definitely up there at the moment as well. So I'm excited with the balance changes. Actually loot again. Indeed, I'm kind of as well. Like I enjoy playing the game, so actually, they're not forcing me to play the game. I'm just I'll play the game, and any changes, we'll just roll with it. And yeah, as well, actually, so the thing is as well, with a lot of these changes, I'm not per se against them either. For instance, as well, the Cheska changes and the Krupa changes, putting Cheska down a little bit, the difference now in loss from Cheska to, for instance, let's say Palisade or even Zvia or Eagle's Grasp, for instance, stuff like that, is now, of course, a lot smaller. So those kind of choices become much more, it's still, you're still giving up damage, but you're giving up less damage now because Cheska isn't as OP as it was, basically. So actually, I'm kind of all for it. Like, actually, this will make putting like palisades and stuff, and then just taking a crit chance mod. Losing 6 crit chance is less of a deal than losing 10 crit chance. So, but we'll kind of have to see as well how much we lose. But we don't also lose that much. Like, I'm willing to bet actually the new striker is like 90% of the old striker, and if you put, well, like 85% of the old striker with all the changes and stuff. And then if you put the vigilance in there instead, it'll be like up to like 90% of old striker.
Thinking whether or not it's okay for us to hint at the
rifles for this
event
patch.
that it's coming.
Yeah.
Because people are interested if it's possible to replay
You're doing
the
I would
right
wait
now,
till
so-
we can
Yeah.
have final.
I already started doing
version.
that because like who's gonna tell me that it's not possible? Yannick is
Who's
right
gonna
here.
stop you?
He is my boss anyway, so yeah. So it's not gonna be possible to purchase older seasons, but there is going to be a chance to play through all of them in the chronological order that they were released very soon in the event that we are calling a throwback event. Basically, first of all, giving new players or veteran players an opportunity to relive the manhunt experience again, or understand the story or get to know the story. And the
Gosh, I really have
idea behind it, I'm once again like trying to concentrate on at least one
But
thing.
is it bothering you that I'm talking?
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's just I'm so invested. So basically what I'm trying to say, the throwback event, a chance to replay all the previous manhunts in a chronological order. You will only have
You're doing great, Daria, by the way.
two days to play each manhunt, and they also going to be tied to global events, allowing you to earn stars that you will be able to exchange to seasonal caches with the gear exclusive to these previous seasons and manhunts. So I think it's pretty exciting. We'll be releasing
I
more
understood none
information
of that,
soon
basically.
because I'm not entirely sure. I'm
Yeah.
coherent enough to explain everything that I want to explain right now. But I think that event is going to be an amazing opportunity to also relieve the nostalgia and gear up before Seasons 2.0, because a lot of the features that we showed today are only available starting from level 40. So if you're new to the game, if you started recently, that's perfect opportunity for you to gear up and get ready for next season.
Did you balance the exotics buff nerfs? Yes, the exotics are part of the general balancing pass as well. So most of them receive changes.
Okay. No
And
talk
as usual,
about.
the way we've tried to approach this balancing pass is we've looked at the overall performance and power value of each item. We looked at the best ones, the worst ones, and we tried to find an in-between that is generous, so an in-between that is not in the middle, that is more towards the up part, and buff everything that was underneath that to that level. If things are above that, some of them we try to bring down, not necessarily all the way to that level, just a bit down to bring them closer to that level. So the buffs are going to be more significant than the nerfs, but there are a few outliers in here that we've tried to tone down ever so slightly to try to bring them closer to the rest in order to, try to make other options a bit more viable. And again, don't forget, even if we are with those nerfs in a way taking away some power, we're giving you a lot of power with the modifiers as well. So that's something to take into account. So now I should have actually unlocked a passive modifier, so we can at least look at it.
I guess jump on the chat here real quick. So the chest question, and then we buff actually. That's one crit chance. Yeah, I mean, yeah. If you were using other things, then yeah, the like a lot of weapons went up with crit chance. Plain and sheet. Yeah, I didn't completely understand what the replays, but we'll likely figure it out when it actually happens. But is it then like the full manhunt? That would be actually cool because a lot of people have been requesting those kinds of things. And then together with global events giving us something to do with the global event as well, like a directed cause. Like I could totally see that. But I'm not sure I caught all of that correctly, but
Yeah, we're not showing the new exotics and weapons for this
go
season
back
in
up
this
in
specific
speed.
live stream, just because there is not enough time and we wanted to focus on new seasonal journey features. But this information will be available through the patch notes and tomorrow on BTS. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No worries. So now you see unlock drawback, for example, which is my first passive modifier. And so this one, as you can read, my weapon handling is increased by 50% of headshot damage while there are enemies within short range. And the idea here is that sometimes instead of just giving you a buff, we want to give you buffs that are based on other stats you have. Which is a way to also try to create combinations or revalue some stats that sometimes maybe people would be might be using less. So yeah, but this one is also a straight up buff, so you can go ahead and just apply it. There you go. And so now that one is going to be active all the time. So as long as I have an NPC in short range, in the red or in the blue zone, I will have that buff active.
Another question about modifiers: how are they going to affect the group play?
The player modifiers are player based, so you will each have your own, and each have your own active ultimate ability and whatever based to your build. And then the enemy modifiers or the hostile modifiers, apply to the fire teams you're fighting. So yeah, I don't know.
Why I'm not addressing any PvP related questions. The chat is going so fast, but I can see if there is going to be any DZ or PvP updates. And
this is not a PvP update, right? All the balancing changes to all items will affect PvP. So expect, balancing changes in PvP as well.
yeah, actually, conflict is going to get hit by this as well.
So we haven't
Losing
the PvP itself.
a little bit of crit chance there.
Oh, that's the question that I love about the
Well,
ducks.
actually,
People
yeah,
want the
that
clues for
actually
the
helps
Keener ducks and what they meant
conflict as
in the
well.
Keener mission. That's actually interesting. I don't want to spoil anything, but it's one of the few things that I learned myself quite recently by talking to Lauren. And I would just say, keep shooting those ducks, and there is going to be a nice revelation if you will get all of them.
So it would be interesting to put the possibility to have triple XP forever by paying a monthly fee for people like me. Well, we're not ready to put a price point on XP bonuses. But that being said, we had some really positive reaction, positive results to triple XP. And as you know, there's another event that's coming that's actually going to be a 5 times XP. If you like those, we'll do more of those. But not forever though. We still want to keep them a bit rare. That's the whole point of an event. But yes, we will do more of those moving forward.
Our favorite question about cross progression.
No plans at this point.
More stash space. As Yannick already mentioned that we are looking into it, but there is no guarantee that will happen tomorrow.
Yeah. We may have a bit of room to maneuver here, but is the best to add a character slot? Is the best to add stash space? Is it to add inventory space? We have to see what we're going to do with it.
Character slots. Give me character slots. I'd pay you for character slots. Let me catch up here for a second. Striker, change out the chest with striker chest. We'll have to kind of look at it. Because as well, Obliterate is kind of losing a little bit. Honestly, like Fenris not getting touched if you're like running AR. Fenris is likely now, like Fenris class is likely gonna be my pick. But yeah, we have to kind of do the calculations for them. Likely most of those I'm gonna do this evening. Because I think actually I'm gonna split it into an afternoon stream and an evening stream. We'll likely go for like another half hour here, and then I'll be back for in the evening. And yeah, this evening I want to kind of start looking at builds. I haven't really looked at anything in that space yet much. So everyone's coming before the end of the season to get players geared up for before the end of the season. Well, we only have one global event left unless they add something more in. But yeah, no, it sounded more like it was built into like the global events. But we'll see. They didn't really like show it or anything here anyway. So yeah, this play I have it playing at 1.5 speed just to get through it. As long as there's no gameplay, I'm just have it on 1.5 speed just to not take forever. A lot of players to play the older seasons, I think. Yeah, we'll have to, because well, we have the climax missions now, but actually having the full thing would be kind of cool for some people, especially if we get them just one at a time and stuff, and just people can we get to relive some of it. And well, this changes, and they're going to put it back to the original way for excessive complaining. This is crazy, is it? I don't think they're going to back off of these changes. Also, I don't think there's going to be the kind of backlash there was to the seasonal characters. Some people are complaining, but fuck them. Let's be frank. Hi, I'm Frank. As you can sound the vocal parts it's in all games, especially games that have been going for a while, because a lot of people will get, won't get pushback over time in certain games, especially when a game is kind of like new and people are hyped. People will give pushback when people are negative. When a game has been out for a long while, more and more people will have been allowed to be vocal and not have pushback, because nobody gives a shit. Like, I remember, like, one of the reasons I'm not in any clan or something, a lot of my older clans or clans that I joined were just, there would be always like one or two whiny people, and they would either be the clan leader or friends of the clan leader. And like, I would give them pushback. They would go like, "Hey, you shouldn't be rude to a person." And I'm like, "Fuck them." And I would leave. I would generally not get kicked, but I would just leave. Let's see. So I guess super excited about seasonal characters, whatever. that is, yeah. Kind of as well, more interested actually. Like, this seems to be the system that they had in mind for the seasonal characters, and honestly, I wouldn't have been against that. But yeah, a lot of people jumped the gun, and yeah, we never got to see what that was. What fixes DZ with those choosers? You can't even go in there. You can go in there, and you can have a lot of fights in there, and if you actually just go running around Twitch, you'll see dozens of streams of people fighting in the DZ without any issues. There are cheaters, definitely, but that's like not the main issue of the DZ. Like, for most people that even kind of are okay with PvP. Number of character slots and additional storage. Oh yeah, well, the thing is with additional storage, for those that don't know the story behind this, there are likely, so there's guidelines from both Sony and Microsoft on how much you can send in. It is, I think it's a 60-minute thing, which you kind of call burst sending, which sometimes, of course, like when you load in or something, you have to get a lot of data to the player. And there's like guidelines for that, just for their servers and like servers in general and stuff. And yeah, the division, when you're going into a place where there's a stash, so either a safe space or a shared space, it's loading up that stash, and that is like a very high amount of data going for quite a long time, actually. So it's basically already, I think, actually just hitting the guidelines barely, and they would have to exceed the guidelines, or they need to rework their, what each item is worth in data, so compressing it or something, or completely reworking, because they do send a lot of data for each item, but there is also some safety measures in there. There's a reason you've never heard of duping or anything in Division 1 or 2. That's just because the system is set up in a way that, like, that's really not going to happen without someone noticing. But because of that, it also sends a lot of data per item. Now, you could, of course, change the system, but kind of like with crossplay and stuff, merging databases, that is a task that, if it goes wrong, that will... Remember talents, that the weapon talent thing we had? Imagine all your items. Like that. That could happen. So they're just not going to touch that. The compressing it or changing the system. So likely the guidelines have been shifted now, and like from Sony, and like broadband has gotten better and better. So likely they can get away with going a little bit above it. But I wouldn't expect actually like maybe character inventory increasing, but stash space is kind of at its like a limit at the moment. But yeah, the goods, as he says it there as well, extra character slots. Like I would love that. Not so much for storage, but actually just as extra characters. Like, it's fine. Yeah. Honestly, that's the thing as well. Like people are so overreacting. Honestly, like you can just run the build you had before now. The only thing is so for instance, for Obliterate Striker, I would go, for instance, with the current numbers, the Heartbreaker is kind of overdoing it. But they might not go with those numbers because those numbers are actually a little bit overtuned, taking it from 1 to 1.3. Because it's actually like Strikers was already super OP. It's just gone from super OP to OP. It's still like the best red set we have, especially if you're like doing chest striker things. Okay, yeah, I still haven't actually checked that out. We'll check that tomorrow because yeah, if it's acting still like 1, but just from its numbers, so I'm just much more thinking about from theoretical numbers. Yeah, you're not losing that much. If you're solo going to the DZ, you will get killed. If you're solo going into a place where there is PvP and it's mostly going to be arranged around groups, yes. My question is more like, why would you expect that not to be the case? Do you like ban grouping in the DC or something? Because no, that is the way it is intended. You're going into a place where numbers will matter more than anything. Not being in a 4-man, for instance, is already asking for it. Like, yeah, that's just the reality of the DZ. That's nothing even to do with the game or balance. You can't balance that. Like the Microsoft shooting to. Why would you send a complaint to Microsoft? Like this is kind of the reasons why I'm kind of not, yeah, being too nice for you because they're not in charge of this game. I see as well. Tasty coming in and hey, they're tasty and. Much appreciated for the raid there. We'll give you a shout out here. Actually, were you in PTS as well, or because although even though I'm in PTS, I'm not really in PTS. Because we're kind of catching up to this, but nah. Wait, what happened there? Something broke, I feel. There we go. Oh yeah. Oh, you're still on the. You still don't want to do PTSs, and that's fine. Yeah, let me catch up on some of this. Well, and then I already took a video. This was a week ago. Nothing. They're forcing people to play other games I've been playing. Yep, they're. So honestly, at this point, I'm gonna kind of cut you off, but because you're kind of just bitching to bitch. If you want to do that, that's fine, but don't expect like I'm not here to circle jerk you. If you want that, go to like who was that guy that was like watching like 20 minutes of his stream and just face palming for half of it, which Pound of Flesh, I think his name is. Like, go complain to him. He'll likely. Give you a hand job. Because they put the good exotic weapons in the DZ, that's the only way to get them. So at this point, I'm just gonna discredit everything that you have said because that's not true. The other sending to Microsoft isn't the correct place. They are not forcing players to play other games. Like you're free to choose to. Because they're not exactly divided anymore. I mean, yeah, but you're saying you sent it to Microsoft. Microsoft is not in there is not even a way for Microsoft to do anything. The services are like they can ban the person, but they're not going to do that in a single form from a single game. They will forward that to Ubisoft, which will send it to. Generally, I don't know if Massive is still handling its own game things, but yeah. But also, yeah, there's nothing in the DZ that you can't get. There is nothing that is exclusive to the DZ, except DZ credits. That's the only thing. So, no gear, no exotics, nothing like that. So, you don't need to go into the DZ. I know. If you choose not to, you can not to. So the enemy directors are a bit challenging. And we'll get used to them. And of course, the end thing is as well, you can always turn it off. We'll still as well do global events in between. Because actually that was my thing with this. Like, so now that they've explained it kind of, so it's kind of like, if this is like for an entire season, I'm like, do I want to deal with this for an entire season? It's because it's basically a global event. But then now we'll have it basically this, and then a global event, and then so you kind of just, you know, reset the palette, and then we'll have this again, and then a global event, and then so that'll keep it not getting as stale as fast. Don't need to be expecting to extract anything. Exactly. The first thing that we always told players going into the DZ with us in the past, I used to DZ quite a bit, is first thing is don't care about dying. Like, this isn't real life. You die, it's fine. You just hit respawn, you go back in. And nothing that you pick up is yours till you've extracted it. Like, they didn't steal your gear. They just stole gear that you had, that you were carrying around for them. So, and a lot of people care too much about dying and stuff as well. Just go in, die a bunch. Even if you get a kill or two, you'll make out with XP and levels and stuff like that. There was also a post today that I kind of harshly responded to on Reddit, for instance, as well, of somebody like doing a whole tirade against DZ and stuff, or them going into DZ and then getting killed by people. Oh no! Like, yeah, you went in the DZ, you went in the PvP zone and got PvP'd. Shock horror. Imagine my immense lack of surprise. I am Jack's complete lack of surprise. I really hope they change it. The damage is way too conditional. Yeah, I haven't played around with the gear set yet, but yeah, range stuff, although it aligns with the global events or with the seasonal modifiers, so maybe we'll just work around with it. Because yeah, I agree, kind of like generally like trying to keep ranges against the enemy, like, you know, if this was some other games like Destiny or something where enemies barely move, sure, but in Division, like, stuff is gonna just be moving the whole time. What to say? I just want to get those exotics from there. There is no exotic in the DZ that isn't out. Like, there is no exotic that is only in the DZ. That's what I'm saying. So I have no idea why you're going into the DZ for exotics that aren't. Or well, there are the raid ones, if you mean those, but you shouldn't go into the DZ to get those. Just go get them from the raids and from Legendary. So much easier. Because again, nothing is exclusive to the DZ. And most of those are also much easier to get from other places. Like, if you're willing to go into the DZ and fight and stuff, you're much better off just doing the raids. And you'll likely get it so much faster as well. The drop rates for Eagle Bearer and Ravenous and stuff in there is horrendous. You won't get Regulus anyway. Bighorn, same deal. And Bighorn is so much easier to get just by Legendary. And you can just LFG for them and just not deal with it. Also, yeah, just don't go into the DZ solo. Like, that is the first rule of the DZ. Numbers matter. If you're solo, you have to run. That's the deal. You're in there to get maybe some exotic caches or like exotic components from the caches. That's your deal. And then you just go. You just run around and you just run away the second the fight starts. Because if you get jumped and you're dead. And it is Jimmy. Checking out that stream. Yeah, finally, indeed. More there. getting late. Yep, suicide by words. Yeah, you know. You might get laid in the DZ. Laid on the ground, that is. Yeah. So I think. Well, we'll have to see what the actual numbers become. But Eagle Barrel is looking to be like, well, Chameleon is in that category, but likely Eagle Barrel is kind of set up to be one of the top ones. So Yeah, let's finish
utilize that, but we're hoping that we're going to be able to give you a bit more
listening to these checkle facts.
How long the 5 XP boost going to last? From what I remember, it's a weekend long, from 27th to 30th. So
It is just a weekend.
The dates, I don't know, but it's a weekend.
basically three days till the weekend.
Yeah, it's a weekend, and it's again remember it's capped to 1,000 levels. This one, and it's gonna be running alongside Bullet. So it's gonna be a fun weekend.
Any DLC news? Today is not the time.
Today is not the day for this. We're working on it. Will there be any hardcore rewards, exclusive patches, apparel, skins? Not immediately, but I think yes, we will want to have a bit of a look at hardcore with these new seasonal formats. This hasn't been our focus here, but I think yeah, there's probably some stuff we can do with hardcore characters in seasons as well. So that's a good reminder. Thank you.
I also remember seeing a question about skills being reworked, but from what I remember, they are not a part of the balancing pass.
No. We focused on items. Will cheaters actually be banned? Cheaters are banned all the time. I know it doesn't look like it, and I'm sure every time I say that there are people that are going to come with examples of people they've seen that haven't been banned, but I can tell you we have people that are banning cheaters on a very regular basis. If you, as usual, if you spot any, just let us know. And even if you don't see that person going away, that doesn't mean that we're not taking actions.
Yeah, but keep reporting these people anyway, and it's best if you report them through Ubisoft support services, because whenever you tag us on social media, like, it's nothing that me or Yannick can do about it, because we have proper sanction metrics, and whenever a support receives complaints about cheaters, they actually apply sanctions based on this metrics that is universal for the entire company. So yeah, we take notice, we know that that's a problem, but unfortunately we cannot just pick and choose a person, because then it would not be fair to anyone.
I've seen some people, sorry if we're looking away, we're looking at chat, so this is our way of talking to you, is actually looking at the screen here instead of looking there.
Can I move?
But I've seen some people asking about the specializations revamp, so yes, we had announced a long time ago now that we were going to revamp specializations. We didn't do that revamp because ultimately the first prototype we had of that change did not...
I will never understand this one.
It just didn't click the way we thought it would. Sometimes that happens, we have great ideas on paper and we put them in the game and so we decided to put it on ice because we had to prioritize other things. I think we're still there. There are other priorities that we want to focus on first. It's still in the back of our minds, so one day, I'm very hopeful one day we will be able to revisit specializations, but it's not in the short future.
So this specialization revamp, what do people think this is? Because honestly, specializations is one of the more balanced part of the game. The only thing I would want out of specialization is just 45 points spent and you just get all of the weapon types, so you don't have to keep swapping weapon types. That's the only thing that's I feel specializations need. Because if you're gonna, for instance, make it pick and mix between some of the grenades and stuff and some of the specialization weapons and stuff with other buffs, everyone's just gonna gravitate towards that rate of fire buff from gunner, taking fire grenades from survivalist. Everybody's just either gonna pick the grenade launcher or the attack 50 as a specialization weapon. There is now a balance there that is just actually pretty good. The only annoying thing is just the weapons parts of it. Let me catch up here. Might be able to do 1,000 levels in 3-day period, even with 5 times XP. Kind of depends on your playtime. It means 200 levels. So if you've ever done 200 levels in a weekend or something, which I definitely have, for instance, even on a day sometimes. Yeah, that is 1,000 levels. Yeah, but for a lot of people, this will be actually, they will not hit the 1,000. And that is actually what I'm kind of against it. I was hoping it would be a week or something. Otherwise, just put the cap lower. Otherwise, just don't make it that high of a cap. People will burn themselves out for this. People will definitely overdo it on that weekend and go way too hard and burn themselves out. That is my... because honestly as well, for me personally, I'm gonna use 500 of those levels on my hardcore, get that 1 to 1k, and honestly I'm kind of thinking of not even really streaming that much during that weekend or running that much during that weekend, because I don't like these kind of events. I'm actually against the 3x1 for 100 levels is okay, but the 5x1 in 3 days for 1,000 levels, people will just burn themselves out. Also, the thing is, it's a nice high. It's the druggy thing. It's a nice high that 5 times, but then the time after, you're going 5 times, and then now and then the Tuesday next to it, you're dropping down back to just the 1-time XP, and that feels horrible next to it. So then, the thing becomes like, okay, I'll just wait for the multi-times XP. It's the same thing that in the past used to be with Golden Bullet. Like people would just wait for Golden Bullets to kind of like just jump in and play, and then they would just burn themselves out in that 1 week, and then they'll be done again. That's not a healthy way of dealing with doing multi XP. Like I really like the 3 times for 100 levels. That was a week. People were getting, plenty of time to get it done. You needed 33 levels. Oh, maybe we may even make it like a week and 500. I'm kind of okay with putting it at 1,000 and 3 days. People will burn themselves out so much. I kind of agree with Chevy as well. This is what people don't seem to get indeed. Although for like the players that already care about SHC level, doing 100 levels on a Saturday and then 100 levels on Sunday, and then you have even a day left. And then I've been playing around with Headshot Striker with Dutch City. It's max. Good chance. I mean, yeah, Headshot Strikers always kind of existed. Elite kills for leagues. I mean, even that. I mean, yeah, it's not a bad place to get some well, especially Black Tusk for Invaded, because yeah. But yeah, for other factions, there's other ways. But even that, like, I generally don't go into DZ and just get them all done anyway. Start running Headshot Striker more. Oh yeah, Headshot Striker always kind of works well. And as well, even more so likely with improved I literally have it in my hands here, the bighorn. At least, well, over there. I've entered a few watch outs. Likely the 5 times event will not, it's a season thing. So you need to be level 40 to have the access to it. So it won't be for, leveling alts. Because that was the first thing that a lot of people were kind of thinking about. But then, yeah, the 5 times events and stuff and the 3 times and stuff we've had so far, they're all part of the seasonal track. So they only start at level 40. You don't have access to them before that. Spend a lot of time too. Phillips was, yeah, we're gonna have we're just popping caches is gonna become annoying after like 2 hours of it, I feel. There's one slot for the, yeah, that's Chevy sit there as well. How far is it? Maybe they get close to window. Yeah, I mean, just a few hours spent. I mean, I'll try some bounty cheesing during the 5 times XP event with Golden Bullet as well. And we'll see how much we kind of get in an hour. But yeah, likely 500. So 100 levels, 500. Just the weapon bonus. Yeah, exactly. As long as it's just, yeah, make it just, you spend 45 points and you get 15 across all the weapon categories. It'll be a little bit worse for players starting out, because that happens, but that's fine. And then just make it 45, and then at the end of it you get the attachment. The new weapon DPS spreadsheet. Wait, what do you mean? Because if you mean just the burst and sustain tables, actually, wait, that is this thing. Because let me just mash on my keyboard a little bit. There, I mashed on my keyboard here. Here's it. I've already made the burst and sustain tables, but yeah, I haven't made it per weapon and stuff yet. So, but yeah, this is already out there. This is in the burst and sustain tables. I can actually link to the folder there. I think that command should work in YouTube side as well. I'm curious for this. Why is paste not one of the options there? But yeah, I've only done this one so far, but that's also likely what I'm only going to do for PTS. I'm not going to make a full like comparison between talents and stuff as well, because those take time, and I'd rather do it when we have like the final like. Sorry, I had to cough. That went down the wrong hole. Those take time, and I'll do it for when, like, we have the final version that is going to go into the game, because they take too much time otherwise to just do every time. But yeah, the burst and sustain tables are here. You can take some conclusions from here, but yeah, this is of course not on build, so it's not equalizing for crit chance or crit damage differences between weapons. So yeah, but you can already make some guesses out of this. And actually, I'm gonna have a video out. Likely, I'm gonna quit streaming in like 15 minutes, and we'll go raiding on somebody. And I'll be back. And I'm gonna go away and just edit that video together and get it uploaded, and talking about all of these as well. So you'll have that version as well in a little bit. Yeah, let's go finish up these. As we called them earlier, chuckle
There was another
facts.
question I wanted to take, but I lost it.
There was a question, a weird one. Not a weird one, but it's something that we already answered a couple.
Actually, right before we're going to this. So is the harvest, because I saw like some chatter about it on like, is it built? It's built into the stats, right? It's like free talentable. Because I was expecting it's just to have the talent, which was that. Like, you know, unhinged cell, just weapon damage plus. I'm gonna guess that being a yes early, that was a yes to it's like built into the stats. Because that makes it kind of the best weapon likely, because it the D50 even now, like in the current game, the D50 was like 16% ahead, I think. So it having a 20% not weapon damage stat, but actually at plus 20%, that would make it the top weapon for Headhunter even now, and then next season all the way. That's actually a bad thing, because we can't get that thing, like, just, you know, how are we going to get it after this event? And likely the next one is going to be Christmas break, like the Christmas event. So, and yeah, I did hear that the Goblin. I haven't actually played at all like the normal game. I've been working most of the last few days, so I've just been streaming and working. I telling just say yeah, and with the talent, it's like new architect. Yeah. So it's just, yeah. But then, yeah, that 20% is then also from its base, and yeah, that's actually a lot then. That makes it like now the best pick even. Yeah, let's continue on listening to these for a second.
About the one-strap backpack and why it's not possible for us to have it in Division 2. I mean, we're no art product experts. Pally is not here, but from what I know, it's just the way the models work, the agent models work in Division 2 are very different from Division 1, and that's why it's not possible for us to have a one strap.
Yeah. It's I mean, it's just a big deal. It's a much bigger deal than you could think it is. It would have to do with, you know, the way the characters are built, the way they are skinned, and it's just it would be a huge change, not something we are able to take. So unfortunately, as much as we all miss them, as much as you do, we cannot really bring them back, not in a realistic way. Add more hairstyles, that'd be cool. It'd be cool to have more. Kina has a one-strap backpack, yeah, but Kina is not a player. The character does, but actually when you have the Kina outfit, you still have your backpack on it. Don't have my Lady Death, please. I don't have the list of changes in mind, so I honestly don't remember what happened to every single item. So I cannot tell you right now from top of my mind what's the deal with Lady Death.
One more hour and you will be able to see that.
You'll find out in the patch notes once you've scrolled through the whole, what was it, 29 pages, what I've seen?
It's about 30.
30 now.
Yeah. The question about rates, if there are going to be any rates.
That's not the plan right now.
You know what we need to do? Whenever you watch Japanese streams, they have like text running on the background, and for the most popular questions, we should actually do that.
We used to do that. This is me putting old man Yannick hat for the people that have been in here for the last 10 years. We used to have that on State of the Game at some point, because we used to have so many of those questions, so we had the ticker that was basically just answering the most common questions. Guess what? It changed nothing.
Okay, because I was like, should I maybe print it?
Yeah, I was going to say,
purely answer.
More hunter cosmetics. But if everybody is a hunter, then hunters are not fun anymore.
Yeah, thanks so much there, Agustio, for subscribing there. Much appreciated, as always. I'll be sure to waste it on silly cosmetics, as for instance, here as well, we have the... Even on the PTS, we're wearing the keynote outfits I was wearing during those weeks. And but much appreciated. And thanks for the vote of confidence. Always appreciated. The final project reset daily, so you can redo it and get another harvest. Oh, okay, so it's having the same as the cooler, basically. 4 chances a day at best. I mean, you would want it to have the 3rd stat so you can free talent it, right? And you would need multiples. But I'm guessing as well that they will just fix the hoarder and maybe extend it by a week or something. It's extremely strong. Yeah, I bet. I wasn't expecting it to be that. Because I kind of saw like a Reddit thing about it, but I also was like half working at the time, so I was just like, "What?" And then just continue that. Oh yeah, let's hear some of these last questions.
What about leagues? So actually, one thing that's good to know, thank you for the question. Leagues are not going to be part of the new seasons. Global events will still apply. We will not have leagues anymore. And the main reason is that leagues just cannot really coexist with all of this because it's a mess. And as you've said, with the modifiers, they would be way too easy. And in any way, the way we've rebuilt behind the scenes, the way we've rebuilt all of that, leagues are not going to be, we cannot just take them and make them work. That being said, the idea of these kind of challenges and time challenges is something that's still cool. So we're already thinking about how we could bring back something similar to what leagues were. But don't be surprised when this comes out, there will not be leagues.
There was a question about Descent changes, but from my knowledge, there won't be any changes with this upcoming.
For Descent?
Yeah.
No, except just the changes to balancing of the talents and all that is going to potentially affect Descent as well. But otherwise, no specific focus change on Descent. We've lost chat. So
monitors went dark.
We've lost screens.
George.
It's just me. It's just the computer going to sleep. I didn't realize this screen is the same as that one.
But to be honest, we're kind of coming close to the end of the stream, unless you have more time, so you can sit here forever.
Any plans on transmog for exotics? Next question. Gosh, this chat is going too fast. I'm too old for this.
I mean, I saw someone saying that my lipstick is smudged. Like,
I see a bunch of questions on like rework this, rework that. I see rework of Summit, rework of Candy College, and all those things. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of things we can do with this game. That's what's great about it. We can keep going for as many years as we want. There's a lot that we could rework and that we could add, and hopefully we'll eventually get to all of those things. But we have to prioritize. And so right now, these are not our priorities. It doesn't mean they won't become a priority at some point.
Where is Kelso?
Where is she indeed?
She's chilling.
She's driving a van somewhere.
Having a good time with the boys.
You're sad about the balance. You haven't seen what we've done. Like, look at it first.
Patch notes are not even out for another hour.
You haven't seen it. Look at it first. Read the whole thing. Don't focus on that one item that is, the joy of your life. Look at everything else and then see.
I'm totally gonna make that
it's gonna make the game more enjoyable or not.
Picture.
And then do give us feedback. And if you still don't like it, then we will take that feedback. Don't just assume and go for doomsday scenarios.
Yeah, and if you have any feedback coming our way, they're going to be phase 2, and if we see the changes that are applicable, we will react and talk back to you about our future plans. Absolutely.
Yeah. I see something. I don't know if I'm supposed to talk about that, but I'll take it anyway. Chinese version has items we don't have. Are they going to be added? I mean, for those of you that pay attention, yes, there is a version in China of the Division 2 that is different from our version. We do work together with those people, so some of the stuff they do we can bring in our game, but that's a case-by-case basis, and we decide. Even if some of the stuff you see seems cool, there are some things we don't necessarily want to bring to our version of the Division. So it's up to us to see and what can actually be transferred from what they do, because obviously these are two very different cousins, those two games.
And as Pauline was saying, telling me behind the screen, so to comment on the recent PvP glitch, it will be fixed with 21.5. That is, I do not remember the exact date when it's coming, but it's coming quite soon, in 1 or 2 weeks' time. And the reason why I saw people complaining that it's not on Trello, that's why devs don't know about it. The only reason why it was not on Trello is not to give people ideas. And of course, we were aware, and all the time we were working on resolution. So fix is coming.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Kevin the Gromit, how do updates of the game work with 2 different versions running? Oh, my pro.
Because
we're working on 5 different versions of this game at a time, because we're working on many updates at the same time. So this is not an issue. We're used to working on several versions, but again, the Chinese version is very separate from ours. It's a bit of a different thing compared to when we work on several updates at once. This is still the same game, but this is a different one.
And also, I saw a question, people asking if we can do that on a more or less regular basis, this format, and it's actually, that's actually what we were thinking about, and that's why we're trying this new format. Thank you to our helpers, Dory and George, for setting this nice studio up.
Welcome.
I don't know if you were able to hear that, but
Turn on your
they're
microphone.
here laughing at us. So yeah, we'll definitely try to answer
Okay,
these questions
like
on more or less regular
2 more
basis.
minutes,
But
let's
what I'm
just-
seeing right now, the questions just repeat themselves. And to conclude that, first of all, thank you so much for showing us the build. Good job. A lot of people were impressed by your immaculate gameplay.
Can I just take that one question before you go
please
into
do.
conclusion? Because I want to clarify my statement because I don't want to create speculations. 5 version, what region besides USA? No, when I say 5 versions, I don't mean different versions of the game that are being run in different areas. I just mean that we work on parallel updates at the same time. So, the update that we're going to be delivering you or giving you with Season 2 is an update we've been working on in a while. We're already working on the one after that and the one after that. So that's what I mean when I say 5 versions. I mean, we are always working in parallel on many things that are coming in the future of this game. These are not different versions of the games that are secret projects we haven't said or anything like that.
Anything else? You fancy? Any other questions? No?
Sassy, okay.
So yeah, patch notes coming in an hour. Preload also starts today. I'm sorry, I unfortunately do not remember when exactly, but it's today. I promise you that. And tomorrow you will be able to play live as usual. Play throughout the weekend. We'll close in on Monday, and just let us know what you think about all the updates on Discord, on social media. That's pretty much it.
Yep.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you for being here, and let us know what you think on PTS and on this stream as well if you've seen anything. Just feedback.
See you.
Thank you.
Screech his beard. Good, Yannick. Yeah, no, that was actually, yeah. So yeah, I at least now know what their system is there, because I was kind of wondering about that. That's why I wanted to catch up on this and watch it. Anyway, he's let me catch up to some of the stuff here. What do you think about the new incursion being listed on the PTS leaderboards? New incursion, maybe the new mastery mission. I was actually thinking that same thing. It might actually be just for the mastery mission, but it would be weird that would be listed on their incursion. I wouldn't take too much from that.
Priority objective available.
Shut up, Annie. Yes, yeah, there is a new, for those that don't know, in the leaderboards here under incursion, there is this Wallop Island. Yeah, I wouldn't per se go from this that they're working on an incursion. They specifically said actually with the seasonal character Q&A much earlier this season that they're not working on any raids or well, they basically said no future raids or incursions are planned. Don't think they're going to change their mind this fast. They might be working on an incursion, but yeah, I wouldn't hold out hope for it. There was definitely some game files and stuff as well, pointing to at least a new incursion, but yeah, that more likely it got canceled for, you know, lack of resources and stuff. So I don't believe too much into this. We'll see it when we see it, if it happens, but I wouldn't even expect that to happen. Let me catch it on the rest. My DZ credits? Why? What happened? What happened to the DZ credits? Back with Dilemma PTS. I haven't actually tried Strega with much at all. But yeah, I think already somebody said that it doesn't double dip, which makes sense because that's only really DTA that is double dipping on Negotiator. So, but we'll try around a few things. Consider trying the Chinese version of Division 2. So it's actually pretty hard to get to the Chinese version. You need to basically be either tunneled into China or be in mainland China to get onto the servers. Because, of course, there's this whole thing of a big Chinese firewall. You know, the Great Chinese Firewall, as some kind of that, yeah, you kind of have to get through because, yeah, it's for them internally. So I don't know if somebody knows workarounds and stuff, feel free to DM me or something on Discord, but it doesn't seem to be an easy way to get there. So no. I would love to try it out, definitely. How it would at least, at the very least, make for interesting, you know, just going around and looking around what's different, what's the same. because they will have changed a bunch of stuff. Nah, well, I'm actually, I don't, so some of the cosmetics that they have there, like that dino suit and stuff that people are going, yeah, I actually despise. I'm not a fan. One of the things, even though, you know, even though Division still has gone, you know, somewhat wacky here and there, you know, we have actually I can't see it with this, but we have, of course, like Santa suits and like, you know, even like the new cowboy we had, or even the old cowboy, or where's the raincoat, or, you know, like that, or it doesn't go as silly as those kinds of things. Like those things are a step beyond even like a raincoat like this stuff. Like, to me, it breaks the visual cohesion of the game quite a bit. The same is appreciated. I mean, yeah, they should just communicate more and stuff, and better. One of my biggest gripes as well always has been with the current state of the game is communication is just kind of awkward quite often as well. A lot of their communication, you know, is just like, we get the point, but it's just so, sometimes even so obtuse that it, like, you can read it in like 4 different ways sometimes, and sometimes it's just also just bad. And sometimes as well they just go back on past communications. But I would love for them to communicate more, but also I think as well, again, like with the backlash to the seasonal characters, I can totally understand them going like, fuck this, we don't want to, let's just keep quiet and just work. But they actually took, I had the video on 1.5 times speed outside of gameplay, just to, because I was catching up to it, and yeah, I wanted to not be at have, you know, I wanted to get through it. You know what? Before I, because yeah, I'm not gonna go much longer. Likely another 15 minutes at most. Let's go answer one question real quick. Let's take Obliterate Striker with Elmo. Right? Let's actually see if this backpack thing is a thing. Because we can do that pretty quick. If I put this here, let's bring the game back in the corner again. Yeah. Although not for this one, but on this one. I would have current striker numbers. Oh, this will have it. Let's put this here. This would be striker numbers, although of course 60 here. Oh well, actually no, 70. Let's keep this one as, actually, what am I doing? Let's put this at the top. So this is current striker. This is just from the one that I use from for build showcases and stuff as well. So now we have then, so new, or well, let's do it to U22. Let's be ugly normal. Let's capitalize SB. So we have the same 978. We have 60 now, and we have also a reload difference, right? Oh, no, still 17. 1.07. Let's put headshot rate at 100. Let's put DTA rate at 100, or DTA rate at, yeah, at 100. Oh, yeah, this, yeah. Oh no, I can take this one. Yeah, so that one works. Yeah. Yeah. Also, actually, let's just fix that up. There we go. That looks fine. Yeah, so it's gonna be this over. Actually, as well, this is, so one of the things as well is Fox's prayer and contractors and stuff isn't getting touched. So honestly, either Fenris or either, we're not gonna check that now, but we'll check that later. Actually, yeah, the base also has changed, of course. So let's actually fix these up. So what's the new base? Is that it's either gonna be Fenris or Foxes, so, and then Coyote likely. Let's catch up to some of this. It's planned for the DLC. Oh yeah, might be. Although likely with the DLC, they just do the DLC and then later on do incursions. It's that deal shit. I mean, yeah, that's one of the famous ones, of course. But even as well, like going, you know, even when like Heartbreaker released, they went like, no, we're intending this, and then like when they nerfed it, oh no, we didn't intend that. You know, okay, which is it, or which was it? So yeah. Actually, the base of the Alamo is going up. Because what is that? What is actually its burst now? So it burst was 664, or is 664 now. It was 626. So actually, it went up in burst as well. So it's actually gaining a little bit there. Yeah, let's actually see. I'm just gonna keep Cheska for now. Wait, why am I at 43.5? Oh, the Elmo lost 5, of course, as well. Oh, but that's fine. We can put in one crit chance mod. Just for quick testing here. We'll figure. Yeah, so we put in one crit chance mod, going back to 49.95. Yeah. 49. Oh no, 49.5. I think I said something different there. And 156. Why did this break? Oh, because of all the, yeah, it doesn't matter. I broke these two. That's just it's fine. Because yeah, I control cut that one from there to there. Does this also mean that this one isn't correctly doing it now? We can see from this. Not this. No. I should remember to not cut like that. But I think I copied. I sure did copy. I cut the other one. So yeah, let's actually deal with koi 0 to 15, and then koi 15 to 25 to 15. Yeah, let's already start getting. Actually, we can just take all of this. There we go. So let's see. This is this plus 25 is this plus 25. Yes, plus 10. Plus 10, and then just calculate these, but that's 59.5. Okay. Yeah, let's actually check the build. So that sound is annoying though. Although it's there to indicate your range, right? Eventually you get used to it. It's a little bit loud now. Actually, oh, that's why. It turned up the game and stuff. That's a little bit. Now let me actually have a peek over here because I must maybe see. Actually, no, the Eagle's Grasp is less of a bad choice now than it used to be. But yeah, it's still not something we would pick generally. You still give up damage. What it does around the new stuff coming to the game? There are the chances. I've mostly looked at the weapon balance changes. I haven't really looked at like the new stuff. Likely the new stuff also won't get touched till tomorrow. I'm gonna much more focus on the things that are getting changed. From what I already saw, the gear set is very much like based around ranges and stuff, which kind of is in keeping with the season. But yeah, trying to, you know. So I think of it this way: it's kind of hard to kind of keep ranges as like the thing that you're kind of focusing on, because it's not just you dictating range. Just getting close, for instance, for Hunter's Fury and stuff, is kind of manageable. But trying to actually keep enemies at different ranges and then hitting some, it seems too much hassles for what it gives. The Strega exotic seems actually pretty interesting, and also has an interesting mechanic. Because some places it'll actually work pretty well, like doing activities, which is a thing we do a lot anyway. So, you know. But yeah, we have to see what their final numbers will become. Okay. Dark everything from no, same here. I'm glad you didn't listen. Hey, yeah, there's always that, of course. Kind of actually want to let's actually check our numbers against the checking numbers there, because there is actually a thing of people saying that actually I need to put this on invulnerable. Also, we need to hit DTA numbers. Well, actually, no. Let's swap this. Let's hit DTH numbers. Much easier. Because honestly, as well, we're gaining a little bit on the base. Although actually not. I mean, is it a big change? It is this divided by this. I mean, it's like 2% or. think something broke there, is this divided by this. Oh, it's 6%. I believe that's 6%. I mean, yeah, actually, yeah, it's like 3K because it's 44,191 and then yeah, 46,908. So yeah, you're getting like 2.7K. So yeah, that's kind of like 6% there's need. So we've gained 6% on the base already. So of the Elmo, we're of course losing 10 rounds, but like that's not that. Because yeah, that's the thing with all of these exotics. It's also like what their base stats are. Yeah, let's now actually get some checking numbers. And so stack up to 100. Yeah, let's. So it's a 133. Yeah, so on that one. Actually, let's just take them from here and just put them in game. Although I keep forgetting I need to Alt Enter to do that. Yeah. Actually, I didn't even reduce this yet because it should be 85. A bonus is missing somewhere. Actually, we're shooting body as well. Actually, but that's even lower. No, wait, what am I missing here? Oh, a bonus of 125, right? Because this. Oh, is that bonus also affecting the range? That's annoying. Is this? Oh, I can deactivate it, right? Actually, yeah, wait. Is this times 1.25? Is this number? It's closer. What actually if I make it 100 now? That's actually over. So, would I turn it off? Oh, from the inventory thing, right? Oh, there's not even a loading screen for that? Huh? Huh. That's interesting. Yeah, let's try again. Is that bonus applying to the range? Oh, also, I'm looking at the wrong one, actually. Yeah, I was applying to the range, but I have different numbers now. Also, yeah, I'm in Coyote short range, of course. Press the wrong button there. There we go. It's but actually, I'm curious about this now. So, was this 25% of this? Is this number times 1.25? 1.25. 388. What if I make this 100? Also for 20. No, let's just get rid of this. 336,944. So yeah, that's higher than this. What if we do this? Yeah, the backpack is still acting as a 1.0. Because otherwise it would be a little bit less than it. That makes testing a little bit more annoying. But we can kind of go by the theoreticals, because if it drops to 85, we are losing quite a bit of damage. We can kind of say in like the 15 to 13% range. But also that is partially because of obliterate as well, of course. And then also the crit chance changes to Almo and stuff. But honestly as well, this is still 10 million. Like, even like if we, like, this is not still more than enough. Like, this is still, if we take it up against, let's put this at 100. Like, this is still more than a glass red with full headshots. Actually, no. So let's turn off headshots. Yeah, so a glass red without headshots is like 7.8. So this is still like one of the highest ones. Well, of course, I have to put the new Heartbreaker next to it in a little bit, but we'll do that in the evening. I need to, yeah, let's, because we're gonna cut it off there. I'm gonna go edit that video and also upload it and stuff and eat and maybe take a nap for an hour while it's uploading. And we'll come back at 9 and continuing on. And then yeah, I wanna do a bunch of build calculations. Just we need to put ODs in here. We need to put Heartbreakers in here. Other things. We'll get up to some of the stuff here. The world map, yeah, that was one of the parts, because that number adds up to that. That was a 1.25 extra. On top of the, but yeah, the backpack is still so in the if you're doing testing and with strikers in the current PTS, yeah, the backpack is still a 1. So it hasn't. It's not nerfed yet. Obliterate is though. Like obliterate is actually counting like 17. So. Everything else is, but yeah, the backpack is still acting as a 1, so you will feel more powerful than you will eventually be. I like the calculations. Glad you do, man. So do I, and yeah, we can kind of get some information out of that. But also, I kind of play lightly as well. Actually, this evening we'll start at the start of it. I'm gonna go get that harvest at least on a character, just to start that clock, and so because yeah, you can get the projects, because still, when is that even going? Mooncake. This will be it, right? Yeah, because yeah, they put up this thing. So till when is this? And yeah, so yeah, from this we like, at least I think everybody was with me with like, it looked like the harvest was just going to be with this as a talent, but actually now they didn't put a name to this talent. So actually, because yeah, it's built into it. October 1st. Oh, so we have plenty of time. But yeah, I want to kind of get that. So we'll likely do that first, as so I haven't actually played the game in a while. So. But, I'm kind of itching for my division fix. Going for now, yeah. Well, I'll take a nap for now. As I've gotten older, I've gotten better at taking naps here and there. In the past, I was always like, who takes naps? Now that I'm like a little bit older, I'm like, oh yeah, I take naps. Mostly as well, I just haven't slept enough, as like I kind of came home like, what was it, like 4 o'clock at night last night, like had an hour of like just getting ready for bed, and then like went to bed at like 5 in the morning. So I slept for like 6 hours in the end. Just like that. So I'm going deep into it. I mean, yeah, the thing is, like, even the nerf isn't active yet, but even when the nerf will be active, strikers will still be one of the top builds, especially for the places where we currently are using Chest Striker, like, you know, heroic countdowns and stuff like that, like, it is still going to be the top tier build for those things. Like, not even Heartbreaker will beat Chest Striker. So yeah, the only thing like that I'm not perfectly like happy with the state of the PTS as it is mostly just the exotic balancing. So we have all of these, especially the chameleon here, the bighorn here, and the strega here, and basically all of the LMG exotics are way overtuned. Like, they need to really look at those, because otherwise, yeah, like. Because for the rest of it, I'm actually really fine with it. But yeah, I'm gonna also go edit that video together, and that'll go up. So for those interested in my thoughts, if you missed it earlier, yeah, well, I'll go over basically weapon type by weapon type and kind of discuss all the things and stuffs. But yeah, let me just sign out here as we'll go a rating, of course, on the Twitch end. I can't do anything to the YouTube people, but the Twitch people, especially as well. Those two was so kind to raid us earlier. We're gonna send you guys off. Let's go to Otter, I feel, even though he's been up for quite a while. But we haven't raided him in a while, so they're at the very least still doing some raids. So I'm gonna send everybody over there, and yeah, I'll be back in a little bit. And definitely, what I want to do is kind of continue on. Like, I already made like this thing. We need to also have heartbreakers and ODs and stuff like that. Have a look at them. Yeah, first, actually, no. When we start up, I'm gonna go and actually get the projects done. I don't know actually what the projects are, but I'm gonna guess they're not hard. We'll go get the projects done. Get a harvest at least on one character, on main account. Just also to just play the normal game and actually have a little fun. Then I'm gonna jump back to PTS, and yeah, we're gonna do some build checking. And also, I kind of want to see actually what, for instance, a chameleon is on a build with full, like, with its talents on and stuff, because I'm pretty sure that will be interesting numbers. So enough yapping on my end, even though that's, you know, what I'm literally here to do. Enough yapping. I'm gonna send everybody to Utter, and I'm just gonna say, as always, have a good day.